The first film of a great auteur always says a lot about them. What they were interested in their younger days. How they have changed in their approach. How they have perhaps not changed. How the seeds of what came to deeply define them are present in the initial work or works. The Castle of Cagliostro is not Miyazaki's first film, necessarily. He had worked on other films. He had done a lot of TV work. His obsession with Europe, for instance, is visible before the Castle of Cagliostro in works like Heidi and Anne of Green Gables. Which very much emphasize the pastoralism, the sense of whimsy, the sense of enchantment in ordinary things that Miyazaki is known for in this idyllic European setting. But the Castle of Cagliostro is the first full-length animated feature that Miyazaki directed, and it is his first great film that I think he was a part of. It is part of the Lupin III franchise. But Miyazaki's take on the character is significantly different. It's significantly more lighter and more comical. There are many different versions of Lupin III, just like there are many different versions of, say, Batman. Batman can be cartoony and campy, such as in the Adam West movies back in the 60s, or he can be extremely serious and dour, such as in the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. And both of those are great. And it's the same with this character. Miyazaki's take is more chivalrous. His gentleman thief has more of a heart to him, more of a desire for love and passion, and yet more of an earnestness, too. More of a commitment to higher ideals. And that, too, is in line with Miyazaki's work. His characters are not simply narrow people who act according to selfish and sensuous impulses. They have desires, they have ideals and beliefs. Now, not all those ideals are correct or endorsed by the film. Think of someone like Lady Eboshi in Princess Mononoke, a truly fascinating character and one of my personal favorite characters in any Studio Ghibli film. She is not a good person necessarily, in the narrow sense of that term. She does want to destroy the forest in order to support her town. And she is incredibly ambitious, sometimes to the point of being myopic, but she deeply is a person of ideals. She deeply is a person who wants to do the best for those who have placed their trust in her. She wants to make the world a better place. She wants to provide refuge for the lost and the desperate. She wants to build her town into a great industrial colossus in order to make people's lives better. A lot of Miyazaki characters are like that. They are complicated in their motivations and their ideals, but ultimately they have ideals. They want something more than just money, status, position. Good or bad, they are usually motivated by something greater than simply mere desire, mere petty, base impulses. And that's certainly true with his version of Lupin. Now, I do want to emphasize that, as I alluded to before, Miyazaki had worked significantly in animation before this. He spent a long time working on this project or that project, because that's what you do in Japanese animation, or just Japanese industry as a whole. It is very paternalistic. They don't treat people particularly poorly, necessarily, or at least there is not as much grasping naked exploitation as there are in some other countries. But at the same time, you are expected to simply put your head down and do what is asked of you, often for a long period of time, in order for you to prove yourself to your superiors. Miyazaki was not a young man by the time he made The Castle of Cagliostro. The film came out in the late 1970s. Now, that is a long time ago now, and it's quite remarkable that more than 40 years after this first masterpiece, Miyazaki made his latest masterpiece, The Boy and the Heron. But Miyazaki was already in his late 30s by the time he made this film. He was an experienced filmmaker. Not simply a kid with all these wild ideas trying to get his foot in the door like Makoto Shinkai in the early to mid 2000s. That said, The Castle of Cagliostro is still very much a young man's film. It's filled with verve and enthusiasm and ambition. There's this lightness, this energy, this sense of passion to it. There's a desire to simply put everything in there, to include every creative idea that one thinks of. This is a relatively episodic film compared to a lot of Miyazaki's later work, which is not surprising considering that Miyazaki was more familiar with television at this point, through things like Heidi and Anne of Green Gables. But, as importantly, there are just so many scenes where the goal is not necessarily to make something that's a poignant part of a larger cinematic tapestry. It's just to grab the audience's attention viscerally and passionately, to demonstrate the wonder and the excitement of this movie and what Miyazaki can do in this medium. To a certain extent, it's quite revivifying coming back to this film after many of Miyazaki's later films. I'm particularly thinking of The Wind Rises and The Boy and the Heron, which are both brilliant masterpieces, and I adore them, but they're both very heavy films, filled with existential despair and confusion regarding how to handle a world that is innately violent and destructive, and the individual's inability to transcend those violent, destructive impulses. They are, to a degree, inescapable. There is this hefty sense of melancholy in those films, even in their sweeter moments, that is not really present here. This is a very energetic, optimistic film. it's not just fun, but it's fun with a sense of rollicking, vibrant energy and enthusiasm and belief in a sense of higher idealism that is possible even for a thief like Lupin. If many of Miyazaki's later films are about the inevitability of even an ostensibly good and moral individual to be pulled into the devastation and the moral quagmires of the world, an earlier film like Cagliostro is about the possibility of even someone who has a rather nefarious reputation, like Lupin, to act nobly and justly. He is very chivalric toward his beloved Clarice. He wants to be with her, but he also understands that that might not be what's best for her, and he ultimately wants to act in a way that guarantees her prosperity and her well-being, even if it means letting go of her. It's fundamentally a film about selflessness. And that makes as much of an impact, I think, as all the admittedly wild and rapturously animated scenes, the clock tower scene being justly the most famous in the film. And there are a lot of ideas here that constantly come back throughout Miyazaki's entire body of work. There are a lot of sweet relationships in Miyazaki's films between individuals who really want what's best for each other. They want to be with each other, but even above that, they want the other to really prosper, even if it means they have to be apart. There are a lot of bittersweet farewells in Miyazaki's films. Think of Chihiro and Haku in Spirited Away. Think of Ashitaka and San in Princess Mononoke. These are fundamentally people who both care about each other more than simply wanting to be together. They are somehow selfless, even in their romantic pursuits. They are motivated by this grander ideal, this grander sense of values. It's not that Miyazaki's films are free of greed, avarice, exploitation, narrow and insular selfishness, but it's that there are a lot of characters who attempt to overcome those impulses and make some degree of beauty and peace, even in a rather harrowing world. The Castle of Cagliostro demonstrates a lot of those qualities brilliantly and luminously, and it does so with joy and ecstasy and a sense of creative verve. Isaiah Berlin talks very passionately about Roosevelt, FDR, because he didn't act like there was just one right idea and dogmatically pursue it. He understood that there is no singular ideology or doctrine that can completely understand the world, and the best way to test things is experimentally. Just act from a position of selfless thoughtfulness, trying to understand the world better, and try a bunch of things. In the case of FDR, try a bunch of policies, try a bunch of economic ideas, try a bunch of programs, Not all of them will work, but some of them will, and the only way to tell is to constantly care about that spirit of experimentation, of testing things out, and not being afraid to fail if it is in the service of a larger success. That's the spirit I very much get from Castle of Cagliostro, especially. It's not a film where everything works, but it is a film filled with ideas. It's filled with passionate images and rapturously lyrical sequences. It's a film made by someone who is constantly in the process of discovering something new as he is going along with his team and testing bold ideas, and that's exciting to see. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can. And do you want to see more videos like this one before anyone else, do watch Castle of Cagliostro if you haven't. It's a really good and rollicking film. Adios, comrades. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is the Ghibli film that I think people think of the most when they think of an archetypal Ghibli heroine. Ghibli, of course, has a wide variety of female characters in its movies, so much so that calling it representation feels rather awkward and clumsy. They're just people there being heroic, living their lives, expressing a wide range of human attributes and behaviors. There are characters ranging from the young but plucky Chihiro in Spirited Away, who starts off as a bit of a brat, who gradually becomes more mature and hardworking when she is placed into a situation of crisis. And on the other side, there are more passive and tragic, but nonetheless beautifully written characters like Naoko in The Wind Rises, who has an almost fairy tale-like quality about her as she tries to summon the strength to live and be with her husband, even as she gradually succumbs to tuberculosis in pre-war or at least pre-Pearl Harbor Japan. But when people think of a Ghibli heroine, a very certain image usually comes into their head. She is independent, she is bold and courageous, she may or may not have a connection with airplanes, she certainly has a connection to the environment and the natural world. She is active and decisive and considerate of others. And she is often framed, quite often reductively, against the heroines of traditional Disney films, such as Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty. That comparison is reductive, of course. Ghibli heroines are, I would say, better than Disney heroines, but that's less for political or ideological reasons and more just because Ghibli heroines are really, really well written, because all characters in Studio Ghibli films are very, very well written, since Studio Ghibli films are some of the most profound and insightful films of the last 40 to 50 years. But there is this archetype, and Nausicaa fits that very well. She lives in this post-apocalyptic world that is torn apart by ecological strife and the vices and bitterness of humanity. And nonetheless, she rises above that turmoil and is peaceful and gracious, but also committed, forthright. She has a delightful little animal companion that is absolutely adorable. And yes, I got one of my own when I went to the Ghibli Museum back in 2018. And I named her San after the heroine of Princess Mononoke. Anyway, Nausicaa is deeply connected with the natural environment, deeply committed to defending the natural environment against human depravity. She flies around, she's committed, she's active, she's determined. And she very much makes this film. That's why it's called Nausicaa. If it didn't have Nausicaa in it, there wouldn't really be a film. To a certain perspective, that's obvious. Of course, a film needs a protagonist, but the reliance of the film Nausicaa on the character Nausicaa is greater than is the case in most Ghibli films. If, say, San, the Princess Mononoke, Princess of the Beasts, is removed from that film, obviously that's a loss to the complex ideological and philosophical matrix of factions and differing ideologies that the film sets up, but that film still fundamentally works anyway. If you take Chihiro out of Spirited Away, obviously the film suffers a significant loss and would need to be reformatted to make any sense at all, but the world is still clear. The characters and relationships are still very much present. Chihiro is the engine of that world, but she is not always the center of it. Whereas Nausicaa fundamentally makes Nausicaa the film. She places herself at the center of that world and is at the forefront of everything that happens there. Even as she creates this foundation for this archetypal Ghibli heroine, admittedly, she draws from this longer mythology before her. She is named after a character in Homer's The Odyssey, who is also a smart and clever young woman, albeit not someone who is as important to the Odyssey as Nausicaa is to this film. Then there is the archetypal tradition of what kind of narrative this is. It's a mythic quest narrative. But more specifically, it's a subset of what Northrop Frye calls the mythos of summer, the adventure, journey story that takes place in this elevated, heightened world that is not fully mythical. It's not a world of gods, necessarily, but it is a world of separation from normal mundane life. It's a world of swashbuckling and adventure and mystery. The Jungian Campbellian archetypal hero's journey is kind of a subset of this larger archetype of the quest narrative, the adventure narrative that takes place in this heightened world, at least from the perspective of Northrop Frye. But it is worth thinking about what is perhaps lost when one focuses too much on Nausicaa as a heroine, or any particular one Ghibli heroine, because what makes Ghibli films great is the deep and detailed variation of characterization, including the characterization of female characters. Nausicaa is one brilliant example of that, but there are many other layered and detailed Ghibli female characters, and we shouldn't just focus on this one archetype. And also, this archetype does seem to lose some aspects of the original Nausicaa. One important aspect of Nausicaa and of a lot of Ghibli heroines is that kindness, that generosity, that good-spiritedness, a desire to do right for the benefit of others. She is adventurous and active, but she also fundamentally serves this greater cause that she believes to be moral and right. And I think that's one aspect of the Ghibli heroine archetype that's perhaps lost somewhat in the popular American imagination. Nonetheless, Nausicaa is a brilliant and thoughtful character, and she is, I believe, the greatest reason to watch Nausicaa, which is saying a lot since there are a lot of good reasons to watch Nausicaa. It's very imaginative and creative. It's Studio Ghibli just starting to emerge, but Nausicaa is the shining light of the film. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos just like this one before anyone else. Take care, everyone. Adios, comrades. Castle in the Sky is above all a narrative about desire. It's about the way desire manifests, the conditions that create it, and ultimately about the ways that desire can either be healthy and nourish the self, or else it can be destructive. It can corrupt and warp and distort the self and push the self toward egotism and arrogance. The grand floating island in the sky is a symbol of desire. It is something secretive and majestic and wondrous and outside the routines and mechanisms of ordinary life. It is, for the film, the manifestation, the physical embodiment of the wishes and passions and ambitions of its characters, and as a result, it is fundamentally ambivalent. It is, from one perspective, a peaceful, idyllic land. It contains the remnants of this vast and mysterious civilization. Automatons patrol the island, but they are not threatening. They are solemn, old, even sympathetic soldiers. Even though the grandeur of the civilization has fallen, what has emerged is something that is in many ways, certainly from the perspective of Miyazaki, consummate environmentalist, something more beautiful. It is a world that represents the fusion, the synthesis of technology and a closeness to the natural environment. The world has its own distinct ecosystem. It is a kindly place, a place of serenity, and it is fundamentally far apart from the strife and the suffering of human society. For people like Pazu and Shita, coming to this world is nourishing. It's a sanctuary. It is a world where they need not worry, a world where they need not be concerned, they need not dread. It excites the imagination, especially for Pazu. It's a place of wonder, a half-hidden, enigmatic place that many people say does not exist, but Pazu, the adventurer, the wanderer, the explorer, he wants to venture out into those deep clouds. He suffers from this malaise, this fundamental dissatisfaction with his life. And though he's not despondent, he feels the longing for something more. And when he has the opportunity to pursue that something more, pursue his ambitions to see beyond the mundane limitations and constraints of ordinary life and catch a glimpse of the miraculous and the otherworldly, he takes it. He is motivated by desire, and his desires propel his actions. But from the perspective of the film, his desires are fundamentally innocent. They're fundamentally those of purity and light. He does not want to control. He does not want to distort. He does not want to use the island for his own egotistical, megalomaniacal desires, but rather he appreciates this cloistered realm of serenity, and his pursuit after it is that of pristine wonder, the desire for a vaster, more comprehensive kind of experience that transcends his mundane and quotidian existence. But that is, of course, not the only side to the island. It is also a great weapon. The civilization that once used the island, that once ruled through its might, was expansionist. They were brutal. They subjugated the world with their advanced technology. The fall of this civilization is thus an ambivalent event. To a certain extent, the collapse of any civilization is inevitably a cause for melancholy. It is the breaking apart of something that provided meaning and coherence and purpose, and so its loss is always necessarily a bit elegiac. And yet at the same time, it also signals the end of this civilization that was built on control, on power, on conquest. And in its place emerges something different, something new, something that's much more serene. It's a place of coexistence. It's a place of harmony. Colonel Muska, the film's villain, deliciously voiced by Mark Hamill in the dub, does not care about this new, promising world that has emerged from the ruins of the old authoritarian power. He wants to reclaim that power. He wants to take advantage of it for his own selfish benefit. His disdain for the vines and the plant life that has overgrown the old ruins is not just a symbol of disrespect for the natural environment, though it is that, but it's something more for Miyazaki. It is a fundamental rejection of what this serene world represents, of harmony, of coexistence, of the possibility of coexistence, of peace, of cooperation between nature and technology, the human-made and the restorative, resurging capacities of the natural environment. Muska does not care about any of that. His desire is fundamentally poisoned. It is dependent on personal gain, on power, on strength, on authority. He does not seek the wonder of the past, this mysterious, misty legend for its own sake, but simply because he believes it is his right. He believes he innately has the authority, moral and practical, to use the powers of the floating city for his own benefit. All of this takes place against the backdrop of a sorrowful, suffering world. It is a world that has fallen from paradise into this post-lapsarian decay. It is a world of strife, of hardship, of privation. Miyazaki was a union man from back in the day. He is particularly sympathetic to the cause of unions, the cause of workers. And I believe that suffuses a lot of his work. Perhaps my favorite example of that is Irontown in Princess Mononoke, which is, of course, not an entirely positive depiction of human ambition and human passion, but it also offers a glimpse of cooperation, of unity, of people who were suffering, who were living in exploitative situations, coming together to create something, to build factories that make the people richer, that allow them to prosper, that allow the town to prosper, the town that is a true manifestation of the collective labor, the collective efforts and struggle and passion of the people. But there is no such deep sense of community among workers here in Castle in the Sky. Miyazaki was inspired by the Welsh miners' strike in the early to mid 1980s specifically. A time of workers trying to secure their rights against an exploitative system attempting to crush them, crush their movements, and deprive them of the capacity to fight for their own interests in an increasingly deindustrializing and uncertain landscape of Britain during the Thatcher era. The closest Miyazaki depicts to a group of individuals working together for a common end here against this strife, this privation that is everywhere in the film, is probably the pirates, strangely enough, who are a motley crew and are, in a way, egotists motivated by selfish desire, But that desire is ameliorated to an extent by the care and concern that exists between them, and also the care and concern that they demonstrate toward Pazu and Shita. It is not that they are selfless people, it's not that they're exemplars of morality, but it is that they are willing to prioritize other things and other priorities, other objectives, above the sheer naked pursuit of power that is always on the mind of Colonel Muska. Narratives of decay, of social regression from a grand, idyllic green space are very common. Of course, there is the Garden of Eden narrative in the Bible. There are also a lot of similar narratives all throughout classical mythology. Ovid talks about the 4 ages of human society, starting with the Golden Age and slowly progressing down until one reaches society as it is now, a time of strife and hardship, difficult labor, war, starvation. It's kind of a narrative of punishment. But unlike in something like the Aeneid, where there is a fall, that being the fall of Troy, that eventually is transformed and redeemed in the founding of Rome, there is no such grandiose redemption here. It's nothing like that. If there is a redemption, it comes in letting go. It comes in abandoning the dream that Lapida represented. The desire that it excites is fundamentally deleterious. It does not bring out the best in human society. It does not bring out human good. There are people whose desires for Lapida are innocent, such as Pazu, but the existence of such great power innately evokes the most grasping and loathsome impulses in people, impulses that are only concerned with utility and power and control, the capacity to efficiently and easily dominate others for nothing but personal gain, for egotism, for pride. And so ultimately, the destruction of Lapida, while it is a melancholy moment, is ultimately a regenerative one. This is regeneration. It's a muted regeneration that comes from eliminating the object of desire, or at least eliminating all remnants of it that have the capacity to attract the egotism, the naked self-aggrandizement of people. Though melancholy, the destruction of the civilization, ultimately creates a kind of harmony, a kind of peace. And for Miyazaki, this is to be celebrated. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down to my Patreon if you can, if you want to see more videos like this before anyone else. Keep watching Studio Ghibli movies. They are all fantastic and thoughtful and nuanced. Adios, comrades. My Neighbor Totoro is one of the most recognizable Studio Ghibli films, along with Spirited Away. And it is a film that I think everyone has their own unique story about. Perhaps fitting, considering that it is a very whimsical and joyous film. Appropriate for children, certainly. And yet a film lined with a wistful and inescapable sense of subtle melancholy that lingers after the end of the film. I was not an early fan of Studio Ghibli films. I was not introduced to them as a kid, and I only saw my first one when my 6th grade teacher put on Spirited Away, which, for the record, I did not like the first time I saw it. I was profoundly unsettled by it. That teacher was great, by the way. I still remember him very fondly. In 8th grade, in that class, same teacher, we watched My Neighbor Totoro. It was in the waning days of the semester, some of the last few days of middle school. One of the few times when I was growing up that I had an actual friend group. And as a result, I had some very fond memories. So my memories of that film, the end of the semester, the waning late spring days of 8th grade, all of those are intermingled. I want to be clear that I am not just making a video about every single Studio Ghibli film for the sake of it. If I don't have something to say about a film, something I think that is worth saying, I will not make a video about it. And so this is probably going to be one of the last Studio Ghibli analyses I make for this channel, at least for a while, as I've gone through most of the films. I, sorry to say, don't really have a lot to say about Howl's Moving Castle. It's not one of my favorites. Nor do I have a lot to say about The Cat Returns or Ocean Waves, widely considered to be lesser, though not terrible entries in the Ghibli catalog, the Ghibli oeuvre. My Neighbor Totoro I am making a video about because that film haunts me in a way. It sticks with me in ways that are very beautiful and also a little solemn. It is a film about two little girls, one very, very small, little more than a toddler, and one who's somewhat older. And they move out to the countryside, to this dusty house with literal spirits in the attic. They have adventures in the woodlands and interact with the enchanting spirit Totoro, who helps them on their adventures and guides them through their emotional journeys, because they do have emotional journeys. What this film is, other than a simple slice of life adventure for little girls in the Japanese countryside around the mid-century, is dealing with the sickness of their mother, who is gone and who is not often seen in this film. Instead, they have the help of their dad, who is remarkably kind, considerate, empathetic, and helpful. It perhaps shouldn't be surprising to see a character like this, but it is. There were certainly not a lot of dads this non-stoical and emotionally open in mid-century Japan. And he very much takes care of those kids. Obviously, we, as we watch the film, hope that the mother will get better, but the dad demonstrates that he is absolutely capable of taking care of them and doing a good job. He makes the move fun for them, he makes it an adventure, he encourages them to explore, but at the same time, he does what he can to keep them safe. He doesn't treat them like they're idiots, or act like they're completely ignorant of what's happening, but he does try to be as reassuring as possible about what's happening to their mother. In a way, he is this ideal father figure in a way that we often don't get in many Studio Ghibli films. And from a certain perspective, he is just as fantastical as Totoro. Totoro is also a kind of guardian for the kids. He's a bit lazy, a bit lackadaisical. He very much is this embodiment of this rural, woodsy, Japanese, unindustrialized countryside. A bit playful, a bit languid. Not scary, and quite cute, but at the same time, there's still something wild and mysterious and mystical about him. Totoro is always there to help the kids when they're in trouble, to provide them comfort and succor. There are, of course, all these kind of silly, edgy fan theories around about, oh, Totoro is secretly the death god or whatever. Or things like that. There's quite a few theories that say, oh, their mother didn't really get better, or the little girl died. And I think those are very silly on a blunt factual level. But at the same time, they're not completely absurd to the point of completely missing the point in the same way as, say, theories about Spirited Away really being about prostitution, which, yes, is something I've heard, and that's silly. But I think the theories about Totoro being this kind of secretly dark or deathly figure do make some degree of sense, even if I don't think they're particularly right or reasonable. They get to something true nonetheless, which is that there is this undercurrent of darkness in this film, and that never really goes away. These two little girls have a lot of wonderful experiences, but at the same time, they're isolated, they're deeply uncertain, they think about their mom a lot, and they don't really know what to do with not having her. Dad does the best he can, and he does a remarkable job, but at the same time, the pain of not having their mother deeply lingers with these kids. There's also a second layer of melancholy, which is that of growing up, maturation. The wonder in this film, what makes it a pleasant and enchanting film, rather than something a bit more sorrowful, where the melancholy is more deeply felt, is that they are children. That this world is fun and adventurous for them. That they have this intense joy in seeing everything for the first time, and crawling through little passages and exploring the depths of the forest and seeing these old shrines. By the time this film was made in the 1980s, Japan was already drastically moving away from the kinds of places that the two little girls, Mei and Sasuke, enjoy. It was becoming an increasingly more urban and mechanized country, a nation of technology as opposed to one of more natural connection. And there is this deep, lingering unease about that that's apparent in a lot of Studio Ghibli films. It's most apparent in Whisper of the Heart, and even more overtly in Poko, two films that are specifically about the development of West Tokyo and Japanese suburbia in the years after World War II, and the deep disquiet and nostalgia that such rapid change and urbanization inevitably evokes. Totoro is about a lot of these same ideas, but there's something less definite about them here that makes it somehow more deeply felt. There's something fabulous about this film. Like it's an old folktale being told about the past from a later time. It reads almost like, imagine one of the girls when she's older, when she's an adult, talking about her childhood. That's very much the kind of atmosphere, the kind of impression that this film creates. It's about kids experiencing the wonders of rural Japan and all the mysteries and enchantments of it. It's very much related with this hint of adult wistfulness. And that combination is what I think makes this film so haunting, what makes it impossible to fully categorize. There are great scenes like the two kids waiting in the rain at the bus stop, and Totoro is there, and Totoro provides them with a smile and a sense of comfort. And the film is always rather ambivalent whether Totoro is there in the way that the girls perceive him to be. It's not that I think it's anything as simple as Totoro is not real. I think that's a very reductive reading. But there is something about the magic of the spirits, the magic of the forest that Totoro represents that is fundamentally tied to a child's perspective of the world. Think about the scene when Totoro embarks with the kids on a magical adventure to help the plants they, planted grow, and there's all these wild, billowing trees, and there's a great canopy. It's all absolutely mystical and majestic, and then when the kids come out the next morning, none of that is there, but the little shoots have sprouted. So is Totoro there or not? Well, I think that's kind of the wrong question to ask. There is a magic in the land. There is a magic in the forest. There's something non-merely realist about it. And yet at the same time, the kids very much experience that in their own intensified kind of way. And it gives them solace, and it gives them comfort as their mother suffers. And certainly this is one reason why the father is there to play up the whimsical and playful aspects of the home they're living in, because it is a little scary to the kids, not just because they're moving to a new place, but because they're moving without their mom. And it is that mix of childhood wonder and this subdued strain of adult melancholy that I think make this film as beautiful and as timeless as it is. It has the impression of a happy, wondrous memory that one looks back on as an adult and realizes how much sorrow and uncertainty there was around it. And yet, that adult realization does not dampen or counteract the joy and the whimsy of discovery that permeates childhood. It's a really thoughtful and very considerate film. Makes me think a little of Wordsworth's Prelude, with the intermixture of this childhood wonder contrasted with the more adult contemplation. That makes it quite fascinating to watch and rewatch. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can. And if you want to see more videos just like this one, keep watching all Ghibli films. They're absolutely wonderful. Take care. Adios, comrades. The Grave of the Fireflies features a world that has lost any sense of community, where the social fabric binding people together has completely eroded. This is a film where characters are obsessed about ideas of the nation, ideas about patriotism and honor. And the film is relatively sympathetic toward those ideas, but it displays the country of Japan during the war as being fundamentally unworthy of them. Hannah Arendt talks quite eloquently in both The Origins of Totalitarianism and The Human Condition about the peril of the fundamental links between people, of the sense of having a common history, of having a basic shared sense of experience, breaking down in times of great turmoil and turbulence. And by a common sense of experience, I don't necessarily mean that everyone thinks the same way, but I mean something more than, say, I see a green tree the same way that you do. It's fundamentally the idea that people have a roughly equivalent set of interests and reactions. That, say, if there is a parade going on the 4th of July, for instance, people are going to be buoyant and raucous and chaotic and all dress in red, white, and blue. And there's a range of experiences. There's, you go full extreme, sing Yankee Doodle, whatever, to being more toned down, more mundane, and just barbecuing, celebrating with family, whatever, just enjoying the day off. But there's a sense of a shared foundation of experience, in the same way that people are generally happy when the sun shines, or when they have a major accomplishment in their life, like they graduate or they get married. Sense of basic community, a basic sense that people are experiencing the world in similar ways, despite the manifold differences between them. But in times of crisis, times of turmoil for Hannah Arendt, this sense of commonality, the sense of community, of common experience, breaks down. And so, this organic sense of connection, shaped by a common set of experiences, is lost. And instead, people are desperate, people are isolated, people feel themselves dehumanized, and for Arendt, an increasingly mechanistic world that starts to come into being starting in the 19th century. And in the place of this organic sense of community, there is ideology, capital I ideology for Arendt, which is this conception of a community that links people together through their devotion to abstract ideals. Like, the worst endpoint of this for Arendt is fascism or Nazism. The idea that we, the Volk, are one thing, one body, one mass, one heart, acting in unison against this evil, antagonistic force acting to undermine us. It's this extremely binary way of thinking about the world. The strong kind of nationalism is a form of ideology. It's a form of this linking people together, not in an organic and visceral way, but in a way that people flock to because they are desperate, because they have lost this clear sense of identity, because they want something bigger than themselves to commit themselves to gain a sense of order and clarity in their lives. But ultimately that fails too. It has to. And it especially fails during times of war, times of devastation, as Grave of the Fireflies demonstrates. What is eroded here is significant. It's childhood. It's a film where childhood does not exist. That sense of the child is fundamentally lost. Aaron talks a lot about natality, the idea that every individual has the capacity for bringing forth in their being new possibilities and new ideas, that we are not bound to the mores and standards of the prior generation. That, as Aaron puts it, the world is populated by men and not by man. Men as in actual people, human beings who have the capacity to make decisions and create their own paths, instead of this abstract, universalist idea of man as this unchanging, unceasing, metaphysical idea that people are inevitably bound to. But that idea of natality is only possible in a society that cares for its children and that tries to have them prosper. When that is taken away, nothing is left but nihilism. Nothing is left but a rotten foundation, and that is fundamentally what Grave of the Fireflies discusses. More than what is present, I think what's most notable about the film is what's absent. As in normal childhood activities, which appear very briefly, even in a time of war, but ultimately even that brief glimpse of joy is transient. It fades and erodes. What takes its place is mere practical necessity, the desperate will to survive in a harsh world. This is a world that is committed to this idea of ideology, this idea of nationalism, this idea of a sense of pride and honor linking people together. But it fundamentally ceases to provide for the active and genuine well-being of others, and especially of the future of the nation, the children themselves. And what's most remarkable about this film, to me, is how people are not terrible. They're not monsters. Takahata understands that everyone is just looking out after their own interests. War does not bring out the best in people. It does not bring out their most joyous and content sides. The whole idea of Hobbes and those who came after him, including Sigmund Freud, for instance, is not that people are innately vile. It's not that they're going to tear each other to bits the second they're given the chance. It's that there is inevitably, in difficult times, a shortage of resources, a shortage of benefits that are available to everyone. This inevitably drives people into conflict. And so whatever people's ideals, they are going to abandon them because those ideals are only abstract, and they are going to look out for what is most real and most visceral to them, which is their material self-interests. But this is not inevitably going to happen if times get hard, if there is a sense of community between people, if there is a sense of a common history, a common sense of experience, a common sense of values that has been forged between people, then community can persevere in times of stress and in times of struggle and in times of great weakness. But that has eroded in Grave of the Fireflies. That has fundamentally decayed. There is no organic sense of community linking people together anymore. Even the family is not a safe and nourishing structure. The kid's father is in the war. He probably dies. And their mother dies in a horrible bombing. That's not really something they can do anything about. That's not really something anyone can do anything about. But think about the aunt who takes them in but doesn't really care about them. In her mind, she's not a villain. She's simply doing what's practical and reasonable in very gruesome, harsh times. But she fundamentally does not treat them as equals. She does not fundamentally treat them as equivalent and whole members of a larger sense of community, even in the small unit of the family. And if the family breaks down, there's no larger unit that is going to compensate for that. Some people are nicer than others. Some people are cruel. But the Grave of the Fireflies insists that this doesn't matter as much as we might want it to. Yes, acts of kindness are important. Yes, they speak to the goodness that is possible in humanity. But when the fundamental sense of community, the fundamental sense of the bonds linking people together, break down, when people are not sharing the same basic framework of thought, framework of being, when they are not living in the same social world together, but are fundamentally working against each other, fundamentally competing for resources, something has been lost. There is a deep sense of societal failure that the film discusses on a level that is much deeper than the questionable actions of individuals. This is a society that has fundamentally failed to function as a society, that has fundamentally failed to function as a common unit providing for the common good. The state, which in an ideal world would be the fundamental fulfilling of that common good, of the common will and common spirit of the people in an institution, it fails to provide for the people. It lets down those who are suffering. It lets down children, most of all, who did nothing, who are responsible for nothing, and yet who have to suffer. More than a military defeat, what the film suggests Japan suffers is a fundamental breakdown of a national identity, of a cultural identity. There is this skeleton of Japanese nationalism that is called in as something to revere, that it's important to fight for Japan. It's greatly important to live up to the standard of Japanese honor and commitment to militarism and conquest and glory. But these ideals ring hollow, not just because we might disagree with those ideals, but because they are fundamentally in service of a nation-state that has broken down. They're fundamentally in service of a culture that ostensibly wants sacrifice for the common good, but in reality, that sense of the common good, that sense of a common experience, a common will, a common sense of a shared history and a shared sense of values between people collapses, and nothing is left but individuals who struggle to provide for themselves, stubborn, prideful, incomplete individuals who make errors. The two kids, even, especially the older brother, he is wrong about a lot of things. He makes a lot of mistakes. Of course he does. He's a kid on one level, but on another level, of course he makes mistakes because everyone is going to make mistakes. You cannot expect people to be saints in a time of social failure, a time where the basic sense of community linking people together in an organic and real way has broken down, and all that remains is ideology. These grand proclamations of the nation state and of national glory and of a shared sacred past linking together all groups of people from all across Japan in a single national spirit. That sense of the nation that itself emerged in response, as Aaron talks about, to the rapid changes of the industrializing world, that emerges in Japan as a result of the Meiji Restoration, starting in the 1860s and really coming into its own in the 1870s and 80s. That breaks down. And there's no local sense of community. None of these old senses of links between the people of a specific town or village or area to replace it. All is gone. There are nothing but these tattered, empty ideals that ring hollow when confronted with the reality of a hollowed, rotting nation that has no sense of itself, that has no positive sense of national identity, that has no positive sense of community anymore. All is broken down and is leaving the most vulnerable, the people who most need the sense of community, the sense of a common fabric linking people together. It leaves those people, these kids, miserable and suffering out in the cold. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can and you want to see more videos like this before anyone else. This is a really grim film, not just for the horrible suffering these kids go through, but in the film's depiction of a Japanese society that clings to these ideals of the nation at a time when they've become slogans, when they've completely lost any real meaning and have broken down and offer no real solace. So anyway, tune in soon for next analysis. We'll be coming soon. Promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades. There have been a lot of great analyses made about Kiki's delivery service. I think it is one of the few great films where people are aware of a lot of what is being said beneath the surface. I don't know whether to credit the film or the audience more for that. There have been a lot of great analyses made about the film as a depiction of being an artist, being a creative person of any kind, struggling to find a kind of joy and lasting satisfaction in your work, especially after that work becomes commodified. It becomes something you depend upon, and thus it's too easy to lose a personal connection to it. I personally, in this essay, this analysis, I'm going to talk about something related, which is the loneliness of the film. To a certain extent, that's a bit strange, perhaps, because the town into which she comes is rather welcoming. She is a young witch who flies off to the big city to grow up, to have experiences as a more mature person, and be nourished by a larger and broader sense of the world. I think of Lionel Trilling, the great American literary scholar, talking about the young person from the provinces, who is the protagonist of so many great books and films, who comes from a small town with set expectations, set mores, set social standards, and is surrounded by the great city, where everything is constantly in motion, where everything is constantly fluctuating. The sensation for Trilling is emblematic of a world that is in a process of flux, in a world where the old standards, the old expectations, the wisdom of bygone days does not necessarily apply. All the old belief systems are more questioned now. Societies over time, especially starting in the 19th century, moved from the country to the city. The city has always been an object of fascination for writers to either praise or loathe. But throughout the vast majority of human history, the city is something mystical and spiritual. It's a place in the same way that a distant country is a place. That is to say, it has a physical value, but it's also a bit unreal and a bit dreamlike. And its primary value is symbolic. Its primary value is emotional and psychological. The vast majority of the population back in this time lived in towns, lived in small villages, lived out in the countryside. But with modernity, with industrialization, people start flocking into the cities. The city goes from a rare place that holds about 5 or 10 or so percent of the total population to holding 30, 40, 50, 60% of the population. It is a fundamental transformation in how people live their lives. And as a result, for Trilling, there emerge all these narratives about young people moving from the countryside into the city, from these places of set expectations, of firm social standards, of cohesive and continuous communities, into a world that is much more in flux, much more in transition. Kiki provides one of the more positive portrayals of such a move. The people she meets in the city are welcoming. They care about her. They're interested in her unique characteristics and what she has to offer. All of this is good, and yet it's not good enough. It leaves her feeling a bit dissatisfied. It leaves her feeling this vague, wistful longing that she does not quite know how to contextualize. Her delivery service is a success. She establishes herself in the community. Despite being young and a bit naive at first, she is not the victim of any crimes. She does not stumble into any dangerous situations for the most part. Everything is as Ghibli cozy as one could want, and yet there is this sense of a loss. The loss of childhood. The loss of a sense of coherence, a sense of who she is. And with that, a sense of easy, organic joy. This is something that the film shares with Whisper of the Heart, another of my favorite Ghibli films. Both portray adolescence itself as a kind of alienation, completely apart from the specific experiences of being an adolescent, of, say, in Whisper of the Heart, going to school, pursuing one's own interests that are now blossoming, navigating the difficulty of crushes, things like that. All those aspects of life matter, but they are secondary to this larger alienation caused by the loss of childhood, by the sense that one is not the person one used to be. That the process of growing up itself causes a kind of loss of certainty, loss of pleasure and delight from behaviors, interests that used to provide joy. There's a sense that those are not sufficient anymore, that the mind and the spirit want more, that they are changing and transforming and becoming aware of the broader world. And as a result, the simpler and more straightforward joys of childhood do not exist anymore. There's this wonderful moment in Whisper of the Heart where Shizuku talks about how she feels like she used to be a nice person and now she's not, and she doesn't know why. I think that's an experience that's common for a lot of tween, early teens. Part of it's just adolescent hormones, but part of it's something a bit deeper, I think. The sense that enjoying life, connecting with others, doing what is pleasant for oneself and for those around one used to be easy, and now it's not. There is a sense of isolation from the easy continuities of life. The self is changing and is no longer connected to those old, strong, reassuring emotions, and thus there's a sense of isolation. There's a sense of alienation. There can be joy, there can be contentment, but it needs to be earned now. It needs to be worked for. It does not simply emerge from the earth and envelop experience, envelop everyday life. Kiki wants to try to connect. But although she is very successful at delighting other people, her service is a major success, it's still a service. It's still something she does for livelihood, for profit. It's practical for her, and thus, as close as the relationships she forms with people are, there is an innate limitation to them. There's a sense of incompleteness. There's a sense of her still not knowing who she is anymore. She has to form that sense of identity, that new concept of herself, through her interaction with her environment. But it's difficult to do that. It's difficult for anyone, whether you're a witch or not. Especially when she's suffering from the loss of the old well springs of pleasure and contentment that she always had as a kid, it seems. She does eventually manage to recapture that pleasure. She saves Tombo. She's hailed as a hero by the city. And all of this is great. It does establish the sense of reconnection, the sense of finding a clear sense of oneself and a sense of oneself in the world, oneself in a social environment, both of which are very important. But that sense of loneliness still lingers. That sense of vague melancholy. It's a beautiful film, and it's a film where she is able to really connect with people, not just in the commercial world of her little delivery service, but in a true, organic, robust human way. But it's still harder. It still lacks the easy coherence of childhood. This is a necessary bridge to cross, and Kiki crosses it well into being an adult and having to find pleasure for oneself in a more complicated and more uncertain world, to fight for a real sense of identity, both in oneself as a self-contained individual and oneself in a new social fabric. But it's hard. It's harder than it used to be, and there is a sense of melancholy to that, which the film honors quite well. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, if you want to see more videos like this one before anyone else. Keep watching all Studio Ghibli movies. They are absolutely overwhelming with beauty and pathos. Adios, comrades. As a Studio Ghibli fan, there are questions that I have become accustomed to receiving. When I talk about how much I love these films, their imagination, their creativity, their sensitivity to the intricacies of everyday experience, and the depths of the most profound and subtle emotions, there are questions that people tend to ask if they're interested. The most common of these is, okay, what's your favorite Ghibli film? And my answer often is not what they expect. And they ask, okay, what's your second or third favorite Ghibli films? And my answers probably surprise them a bit more. If you asked the general public what their favorite Ghibli film is, the most common answer would be Spirited Away. And that's completely understandable. Spirited Away is a beautiful film. It is lovely and lush. It is subtly elegiac, discussing the decay of spirituality and a connection to the natural world in an age of increasing commodification, an age of increasing commercialization. It is a film that is subtly wistful, discussing loss and longing. But even if you do not key into those deeper undertones, as most kids and probably a good amount of adults do not, the film is still quite enjoyable. The designs are imaginative. The music is whimsical and yet sonorous and dreamlike. Chihiro is a sturdy foundation on which to build a story. She is this young girl who starts off a little naive and a little spoiled. She's not a bad person by any means, but she is very much a product of this specific commodified commercialist world that the film is opining against. She is used to instant immediate gratification, and when she is forced to look beyond that and summon up some internal strength, some internal vitality, she is able to do so. And she is able to escape the mistakes that befell her parents and form stronger connections with the world in which she finds herself. She steadily grows and matures, and by the ending of the film, she is quite confident and certain, and she has a deep level of personal self-fulfillment. That doesn't mean she's not subject to melancholy, dissatisfaction, uncertainty, or any of those other feelings and sensations that are inevitable to living in the unpredictable, chaotic world of experience, but she knows better how to handle them. The film is very sharp, it's very concise, it's very poignant and pointed, and it follows a very conventional narrative structure, even as it does so quite well and quite daringly. As an introduction to anime, I couldn't think of a better one. And yet, I fundamentally do not find as much satisfaction from that film as others do. In large part because it's a bit too neat and a bit too concise, even with all these deeper layers in it. My favorite films are a bit more enigmatic, a bit more ambivalent. My all-time favorite Studio Ghibli film is Princess Mononoke, which I once heard semi-jokingly described as an environmentalist film for people who hate environmentalist films, which is true to a certain extent. It's not dogmatic, and it's not fundamentally didactic. It's not designed to teach a lesson. It's not designed to teach people how to respect the earth. It's not that there is not this deep core of poignant lyrical connection to these ancient primordial ideas of nature and spirituality and this meditative, intense understanding of the outside world that extends beyond merely the ordinary and routine way in which we see it in our ordinary lives. Those ideas are very important to Princess Mononoke, and the film treats them with a level of reverence and a level of deep respect that is as evident here, if not more so, than in any other Ghibli film. And yet that primal, ancient ideal of nature is more fraught and more enigmatic. It is the forest spirit who does not obey or even act in accordance with the whims of these wolves and boars, and instead has its own will that is fundamentally inscrutable. This natural ideal is threatened. It is dying. The world is changing. This pristine past, however beautiful as it might have been, can no longer be. And there are good sides to that. There are good sides to progress and commerce and the construction of human settlements and human ideas and technologies. But there is nonetheless a great and deep sense of loss that is, to a certain degree, unavoidable. The challenge Princess Mononoke poses is not how to reclaim this pure, pristine ideal, but how to understand its loss and how to respond to that loss in a healthy and equivocal way, while still maintaining a source of connection with the earth, with these ancient ideas of community, and not rushing full ahead into progress and technological advancements without looking at the negative consequences of that. It's a complicated film, and it's a film that does not provide these clear resolutions. And if there is one thing I would say binds together a lot of my favorite Ghibli films, it is specifically that, specifically the unwillingness to contain all of these palpitating, vibratingly strange and uncanny ideas and feelings within the boundaries of a traditional resolution. My favorite films by Studio Ghibli are, with the exception of Mononoke, films that are not really that overtly fantastical. Think of Porco Rosso, which, aside from the magical realist conceit about the pilot turning into a pig, is simply a poignant elegiac drama about war set in the interwar period in Italy. Think of Grave of the Fireflies. Think of The Wind Rises. These are my favorite Ghibli films. And there is perhaps no Ghibli film that more softly and subtly, yet devastatingly, embodies the ideal of what I find so appealing about these less overtly fantastical Ghibli films than Only Yesterday. What drives a film like this is not the conveyance of narrative. It is not plot points that are arranged linearly, with a protagonist progressing from one plot point, one area, one challenge to the next, as demonstrated by Chihiro in Spirited Away, or other fantastic Ghibli films, such as Castle in the Sky, such as Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind, for instance. Rather, what Only Yesterday does is unite through the effulgent, diaphanously dreamlike medium of animation, the subtle nuances and subtle energies and vitality of experience with a luminous, dynamically conveyed idea. The idea, in the case of Only Yesterday, is not a simple theme like you get in an old 18th century philosophical novel where there very much is a point, such as, for instance, Candide, which I love, but Voltaire is very clearly trying to make a point, and the narrative exists in service of that point. It has more similarity to something like Plato's allegory of the cave than it does to the rich, subtle narratives that Ghibli at its best is able to convey. When I say idea, I mean this philosophical framework, this basic foundation for what the film is conveying. In Only Yesterday, it's something to the extent of, how do you react to this feeling of fundamental malaise, fundamental anxiety about a fragmented sense of meaning and a lack of purpose in a sleek but rather superficial modern world? How do you unite these different fragments of yourself together into a coherent whole? How do you live authentically in the true sense of that term? Authentically, not merely in the sense of not putting up a facade, which is, to a certain extent, unavoidable. We all put up facades at different points in our lives, even to ourselves, but how do we integrate all of these different fragments of ourselves into a coherent whole self that is united with what we actually want for ourselves? And how do we do that within the prism of memory, which is fundamentally strange and enigmatic, tossing back all of these fractured, deracinated fragments from an earlier period of our life to us? We did not ask for these fragments, but they come nonetheless. They are fragments from a period of life that was fundamentally a sense of transition, a sense of transience, a sense of passing through a threshold from childhood to adolescence. What use are these fragments of memories to the modern uneasy observer in trying to create a basic sense of identity? That is the fundamental challenge of the film, and it answers this challenge in a very subtle, quite funny sometimes, and very profound way. It is a film that was not translated into English until 2016, 25 years after its original release. This is not perhaps surprising, considering that the film is not what a lot of people expect when they think of Studio Ghibli, even though the film conveys that essence that makes Ghibli films so magical. That sense of intensity and immediacy of experience, of defamiliarizing the mundane and having it be revitalized into a new and more luminous perspective. What is ordinary, what is typical, becomes new. It becomes strange and wonderful and mysterious. And yet, none of these impressions are scattered. They're all in service of this philosophical framework that is talking about a lot of these daring and bold ideas. So, with that in mind, what is Only Yesterday about on a basic plot level? To phrase it that bluntly is almost a little perverse, because you could phrase this film in a way that makes it sound like a Hallmark movie. This hard-working city girl feels dissatisfied, so she goes to the country, decides that she is much more satisfied there. She feels like she's living a much more authentic life, and she marries a guy who is associated with this countryside. The big city is this enemy of authenticity, this enemy of truth and beauty and love and passion. And only by escaping to the country can Taiko, the protagonist, find a sense of stability and warmth. That is completely factually true. Raymond Williams, perhaps known for, among other things, his astute work on the pastoral, would discuss this film within the context of the idealization of the countryside, of the pastoral life, of an escape from the city. He would frame this within a tradition dating back to Hesiod, and perhaps even more notably, Virgil, with his Georgics and his eclogues. Susan Napier, perhaps, helps us understand why this film is not that. Why this film is not tawdry tripe, to put it bluntly. Why it's not just a simple, banal story about why the city is bad and the countryside is good. Without the meditative elements, without the dreamlike memory sections, perhaps the film would feel to a certain extent like that. But it doesn't. The past sections are animated in a very specific way that, in their essence, do enough to justify why this film needed to be animated, why it could not have been done in any other way. There is a cursory, elliptical quality to these scenes in the past. There are only a few details in some of the scenes in the background. There is a lot of white, or these soft, watery colors, contrasted against the very bright colors that the characters wear in the past. It almost feels like a woodblock print in the traditional Japanese style. It feels wispy, it feels hazy, it feels like, well, a memory. It's trying to grasp at this half-remembered essence of an experience, and yet it is that essence that fundamentally has a sense of immediacy, a sense of vitality and vigor that the ordinary reality in the present does not always have, especially before Taiko reaches the countryside. A Freudian reading would psychologize and pathologize these memories. Freud would talk about, how she needs to work through the latent content of these memories, the latent trauma they have left her with, in order to reintegrate the parts of herself into a coherent whole and live a normal life as a fully formed, fully conscious person. And to a certain extent, that's an understandable perspective. I don't disagree innately. But it's not quite right, or it's not quite complete. There are elements missing from that Freudian perspective. What is missing above all is the sense of warmth and the sense of beauty and whimsy and strangeness in these memories. They are not simply mechanical blocks that she needs to try to work through in order to reach a place of basic fulfillment and self-actualization. They reinvigorate her. They have a positive effect. They are reminders of how the mind can be Bergsonian, how there is a difference between time as it is mechanically arranged day after day, hour after hour, and how the mind perceives time, where experiences 20 years in the past can feel as immediate and as close as experiences that happened very recently, perhaps even more real. The film's English title, Only Yesterday, captures that experience quite closely and quite directly, although we should be careful to not merely think of these memories as pure, wistful, playful things. They are not that, and they are not these horrible burdens that she must work through. They are both, and they are neither. There is no purpose to them. There is no cause in the material, science-like sense to them. If one felt that the film is having Taiko remember these things for the specific purpose of pushing her to go with Toshio or to go to the countryside, the entire organic structure of the film would be completely destroyed. What's great about these memories is that they are not teleological. There is no innate purpose to them. They simply well up, ambivalent and inscrutable. They allow her this access to this reservoir of her personal feelings and passions of the past that she had buried under this superficial life as this little office bee, this hard-working woman in a Tokyo office. To plunge beneath the surface that she had constructed for herself, she needs to do the difficult task of examining these memories, but also feeling them in all their intricacies and all their nuances, and through these memories, uniting herself as an adult to herself as a child, creating this basic sense of continuity, not just between the different fragments of herself in the present, but a continuity between past and present, to reinterpret and reorganize herself in all of these different intricacies into a whole and coherent person. Not simply in a way that makes her prepared to go to the farm or to go marry Toshio. That is secondary. That is important, but it is not what the film is about. This is not a Hallmark movie about everything being settled down and everything being tied together with a happily ever after. Things are not going to be perfect for Taiko. She knows this. She is honest enough with herself to admit that. And the film, through these vibrantly enigmatic memories, is her steadily moving through her past and attempting to accept that source of uncertainty, that source of complete transformation, that sense of not being fixed into a single narrow idea of who she is, of being willing to adapt, just like the farmer must, as Toshio keeps talking about, and yet stay true to what she really wants for herself. It's difficult and it's rewarding, and the film treats these ideas with all the complexity and all of the beauty that they deserve. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this. I really am pleased to be able to provide y'all with a video on Only Yesterday. It is a plaintive, thoughtful film. It has that Mononoke sense of adequately mourning what was, of marking its passage, but also allowing that acknowledgement of what is past to create a greater sense of awareness of the world in all its transformations and nuances, instead of trying to erect a narrow and superficial idea of who we are and what we want for ourselves, as Taiko is attempting to do at the start of the film. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this. Take care. Enjoy the holidays. Adios, comrades. I decided less than 15 minutes into Porco Rosso that it would be one of my all-time favorite Studio Ghibli films. The sequence that did it for me is the second sequence of the movie. Immediately after Porco saves some schoolgirls from some very silly pirates. The film intercuts a sequence of Porco flying amidst the golden sunlight between two layers of clouds, with a sequence in the restaurant that he is flying to. There, the singer Gina entrances a crowd by singing in French. I love this sequence because it conveys so much while outwardly saying so little. Before, we know that Porco Rosso is alone and a bit bitter, but nonetheless good-hearted. He chooses to let the pirates keep some of the gold they stole in order to repair their plane if they stand down, and even when they refuse his offer, he decides to not shoot them down, even though he very well could have. So we know he's kinder than his gruff exterior suggests, but we don't know exactly who he is or what influences affect him. But this second sequence reveals that. Porco flying through the evening sky conveys pensiveness, loneliness, the passage of time, and a meditation on his own mortality. This is not a soulless bounty hunter. He's searching. But for what? The obvious implication inherent in intercutting these two sequences is that he loves Gina, which he does, though he does not admit it, and though she only admits it in secret. But we also see a transition in time. The broad comedy of the first sequence firmly sets it in the realm of fantasy. The second sequence, however, steeps the film in a very particular period of time, 1920s Italy, after the rise of Mussolini's fascist government and the decline of the age of the Adriatic seaplane bounty hunters. As Porco travels to Gina's, we are traveling through time, becoming immersed in the period that will delight and terrify us throughout the rest of the film. Gina sings in French, a seemingly innocuous act that nonetheless differentiates her from the immensely nationalistic and jingoistic government of Mussolini. This is an exquisitely international film, which fits considering that it is set in Italy, but directed by a Japanese director who was not born until after the time he is depicting. It has been often said that the character of Porco Rosso is the closest analog to Miyazaki himself, the gruff but good-hearted middle-aged man with deeply conflicted feelings about his past. For Miyazaki, it's more of a familial sin, as his family became rich making airplanes for the Japanese military during the Second World War, while for Porco Rosso it is highly personal, but the comparison is nonetheless cogent. That the Italian Porco, and not any of Miyazaki's many Japanese characters, is the closest analog to the man himself, is a testament to Miyazaki's internationalism. The nationalistic spirit, Miyazaki suggests, gets in the way of the cooperation and unity that his films constantly suggest is crucial to building a better or at least less cruel world. Other than the fascists, the character the film treats most antagonistically is the silly, bombastic, jingoistic Curtis. I want to note here that the American dub doubles down on the overly bombastic, overt Americanness of Curtis, elevating it to the point of parody, but that streak is very much there in the original Japanese film. So we have the film's subtle internationalism, its ability to transport us to a glamorous, sad, and bygone era, and Porco's yearning disguised as is by the pain of the war, but very much here in this second sequence in the evening. But also consider this, as we are going back in time, transitioning through this sequence, Porco is also going back in time. There is a faint unreality to this first scene at Gina's restaurant. It takes on the feel of a vivid memory, becoming symbolic and capturing the atmosphere of a lost milieu, a forgotten ideal. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not saying that the scene is not really happening in the narrative, and that Porco is just imagining it. That would just be silly. At the risk of coming off as a bit pompous, I'd posit that we film dorks would have a lot better reputation amongst the populace at large if we stopped putting forth these far-fetched conspiracy theories that add nothing to understanding the film as a whole. What I am saying is that this scene evokes the same atmosphere as an F. Scott Fitzgerald book. I'm not just saying this because they take place in the same era, though that is a component of it. What they have in common is that they are both consciously retrospective stories that gaze back in admiration and in a bit of terror, at a vivid, almost hyper-real past, with the acknowledgement that the story which is being told is about the end of an era. They were eras of freedom and romance and adventure and a lot of tragedy, but they are over. And the reason the story is being told in the past instead of the present is because of that recognition that an era has ended. Also, just as a side note, I highly recommend checking out Fitzgerald's Tender as the Night. If you like The Great Gatsby, or even if you didn't like The Great Gatsby, I really recommend Tender as the Night. It's my favorite Fitzgerald. Anyway, let's look at what's going on here. It's not nostalgia per se. It's a lot more complicated than that. While Porco Rosso is not as cynical as Fitzgerald's work, there's that same juxtaposition between the tragedy and violence and sorrow of an era and the hope that amidst all that, some sort of profound poetic connection can be salvaged. Or if not a connection, at least the fulfillment of an ideal. Gina has already lost 3 husbands, all of whom were pilots, and one of whom was Porco's close friend. Near the end of the film, when Porco is recounting his experience on that fateful day where he lived and his friend died to Theo, he sees himself alone at first, only to then see his friend flying beside him. He calls out to him, but his friend does not respond, leaving and ascending to a tunnel of planes high in the sky. In conversation, I've called it plain heaven before, but that's a bit simplistic and blithe. It's not heaven or hell. It is some sort of an afterlife, but it's one that is not entirely separated from our world. From Porco's original position, the collection of planes looked like wispy cirrus clouds, and he does not initially recognize the tunnel for what it is. There's a naturalistic tinge to this view of death that makes far more sense in the context of Japanese society. Shinto traditions hold, and I recognize that this is vastly simplifying, as I do not want this video to be like 30 to 40 minutes long. These traditions suggest that everything, regardless of whether we, in this modern secular society, consider it alive, has a sort of spirit. You might have heard kami as referring to God, but that's not quite accurate. Even things like rivers and forests and mountains have kami. You could consider it that as some sort of guardian protector, but that distinction suggests some separation between the thing itself and the spirit, and this distinction does not really exist. It's not like, oh, you have this god guarding that place and that god guarding some other place. The places themselves are inextricable from the spirit, the kami. Anyhow, all of this is connected to the grand uniting energy of the world called Musubi, which you might recognize if you're a Kimi no Na wa fan. Add in Buddhist influences in Japan concerning rebirth and past lives, and you have a much more accurate framework for viewing this scene. As Porco sees his friend, he's treated to a vision of this limbo between life and death. There's an elegiac elegance to this that a more realist angle could not have properly conveyed. Amidst the chaos of World War I, there was something much more random and bizarre and quasi-spiritual about his friend's death than could be conveyed with just simple, non-spiritual facts. This calls to mind how Porco doesn't even know how he survived. The sequence is his subjective, perhaps distorted recollection of what happened. He and his friend were both stuck in this sort of twilight zone between life and death, which adds extra meaning to the second scene we were talking about before of Porco flying through those 2 layers of clouds at around twilight. Porco lives, his friend didn't, and he doesn't know why. Earlier in this analysis, I said that just as the film takes us into the past, it takes Porco into his past. I would like to expand on that. Though we do not know exactly what Porco's history with Gina is, the truth is that they have been together for a very long time. They have known each other for a long time. Long before Porco's friend and her old husband died. He returns to the past when he returns to her, but as we have discussed, that past is tinged with melancholy. What Gina wants is for Porco to meet her in her garden. This is significant as gardens serve as symbols for life and rebirth and purity. It's a chance to start anew, to leave the darkness of the past behind. Porco, it is heavily implied, sees her at the end of the film, after his overcoming his survivor's guilt with Theo's help allows him to finally turn back into a human. It's a perfect ending to a really profound film. I rest my case. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can and you want to see more videos like this. Watch Porco Rosso again. It's so good. I would not consider it an underrated film necessarily, but it is certainly an underanalyzed film, especially compared to, say, Spirited Away. There's a lot going on here in the subtext that the film really benefits from y'all exploring. It deserves a lot of credit for allowing these somber, ambiguous moments to linger instead of just explaining them. It's so good. Anyway, tune in soon for my next analysis. It will be coming soon. Promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades. Honor is quite a common word in Porco Rosso and in Zuko's journey in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but I do not think the prevalence of that word alone is enough to warrant a comparison of them. And that's not what I'm doing here. What I am doing, I would say, is comparing the conceptions of honor in both works because there is a fundamental tension in both regarding what honor means. What is the use of honor in a fragmented and degraded world? A world where there is no sense of community that is nourishing, no sense of common experience, where there is only isolation, a lack of understanding, and the deterioration of all social relations in Emilia to simple, rapacious grasping and conquest and power and the pursuit of wealth and glory. What happens when that social system has co-opted the idea of honor? What does honor then mean to the lonely individual on the outskirts and the margins of that system, the dishonored individual? These two narratives, the narrative of Porco Rosso and Zuko's narrative in Avatar, have similar ideas and conceptions about how to navigate the idea of honor in such a degraded system, and that is why I think they're worth comparing. Honor for Zuko means, to be reductive about it, attaining his father's approval. It is more than that for Zuko. He would never simply phrase it like that. But what he wants is twofold. There's simply the approval of his father, which is common, and a major reason why the narrative registers so deeply for a lot of people is because it is anchored in a parent-child dynamic that, while extreme, has elements of familiarity to it. But there is also the relationship between Ozai not just as a father, but as the father of the nation, as the embodiment of the authorities and values of the Fire Nation, the relationship between that and Zuko. Zuko internalizes an idea of honor that is rigid and dogmatic, that is based on unceasing loyalty to an imperial system, to the structures of power and authority. Now, there is nothing necessarily wrong with this in circumstances where the authority is not corrupt and cruel. There is nothing wrong with the idea of honor as loyalty to a sense of community, to a sense of history, to a sense of tradition as embodied in a government. It is a firm idea of what honor is, and it provides a sense of clarity that an abstract idea of honor to a value system cannot really have. It's a direct idea of what being honorable means. But it's also a limiting one. It is one that demonstrates its flaws quite overtly when that system of power becomes corrupt, when it becomes a system that fundamentally works against the best interests of the people it claims to protect. Is protecting that system honorable? Is being loyal to that system honorable? Now, it's easy to say, no, it's not. And sure, it's not. But if that is not what honor is, then what is it? If honor has been so co-opted by a rigid and dogmatic power structure, is there a conception of honor that is still viable? The same struggle is apparent in Porco Rosso. Porco believes himself to be a coward. He has not internalized the ideals and values of a corrupt and militaristic system nearly as completely as Zuko, but he still fundamentally is a prisoner to a sense of shame, to a sense of humiliation. To the Italian authorities, he is dishonorable because he will not help them in the war, because he will not fly his plane on the benefit of the Mussolini-led fascist government of Italy. Porco's relation to the military is complicated. Porco served in the Italian Air Force. He fought in World War I. And he emerged from that experience a broken and uncertain person. While he certainly is not a fan of Mussolini, his problem is not merely that he despises fascists and the fascists are after him. That would be quite a simple conflict. The conflict is rather that he feels fundamentally isolated from the claims of any military to be about honor, to be about all these lofty and heroic ideals, because what that war to him meant is not only the loss of the people he cared the most about in the world, though that still haunts him, but also the loss of faith in himself as a righteous and honorable person. And although Porco Rosso can be a bit silly at times, it has a lot of lighthearted moments, the analysis here is quite nuanced. Porco rejects the value system of the fascists, but he is also at a point where he is rejecting any sense of community. He has gone to the opposite extreme of presenting himself as an arch-individualist, only caring about himself. Because he is so broken, because he does feel this profound sense of shame. A lot of it does come from survivor's guilt. He does not seem to have done anything particularly immoral during the war, anything worse than others, but he still was a part of such a destructive and chaotic conflict. And to be revered for his role in that conflict feels fundamentally false to him. He doesn't want to be this kind of heroic figure. He finds that kind of heroism fundamentally false. The honor of war, of service, of military sacrifice is for him debased. So he is disenchanted from any idea of honor, any idea of this higher dignity and moral purpose. So these are two characters who, despite the differences in their perspectives and their experiences, and despite the obvious differences that one is a misguided and hot-headed teenager, while the other is a cynical and rather pessimistic middle-aged man or pig, these are both characters who are at this discomforting liminal space where they have this inchoate, not entirely formed feeling that the idea of honor that they had bought into is empty. It's not an intellectual idea, necessarily. They haven't sat in a room reading books thinking about this. They've arrived at it through their direct experiences. And yet they don't quite have an idea of what honor can be. And they are the worse for it. They are isolated. They are alone. They are yearning after this higher sense of purpose, and they don't know how to find it. Think about an Arthurian knight. A lofty and heightened figure, more moral than the world he explores, trying to be good, trying to be righteous in a world that is not, in a world that so painfully offers reminders of its wanton corruption and cruelty. The depiction of how that world is framed is what separates the best stories in this chivalric, romantic vein from simple, cheap, reassuring narratives of the goody two-shoes knight, also just and virtuous. Tennyson's The Idylls of the King, the best retelling of the Arthurian myth for my liking, is rather autumnal and rather elegiac. It presents the infidelity between Lancelot and Guinevere and Arthur's own lack of vision and understanding, not simply as personal faults, but as examples of these figures who are so committed to the good and the just, falling short of their aims, and thus having an adverse effect on the values of those around them. Other knights lose faith. They lose that devotion to believing in the good and the just and the righteous. How can they still believe in those lofty, heroic, magniloquent ideals when those who ostensibly most embody those ideals failed so abjectly? And such stories are not simply in the European tradition. One of the most common tropes or archetypes in East Asia, stemming from Confucius and his followers like Mencius, is the idea of the wandering advisor, trying to offer wisdom and guidance to a world that is more devoted to simplistic, immediate pleasures. Emperors and rulers are ostensibly these perfect symbols of goodness, of virtue. And if they can be such under the Confucian view, the entire world will prosper. There is the wonderful imagery of the king being the wind and there is this wonderful imagery of the emperor being the wind and all those below him being the grains in the field. As the wind goes, so do the leaves, and so do the stalks of the grains. But sometimes the emperor isn't virtuous. Sometimes those below him are also not virtuous. Sometimes they wantonly pursue their own cheap, carnal desires and have no thought for the future, no thought for the well-being of others. So how does the advisor respond to that? How does the advisor keep this higher ideal of honor in mind? Zuko and Porco Rosso arrive at a higher ideal of honor in an unexpected way, I think, in a way that's reminiscent of the Chinese Taoist philosopher Zhuangzi. They achieve virtue when they leave behind self-consciousness, when they stop trying so hard to cultivate virtue or adhere to a rigid ideal of virtue, or especially in Porco Rosso's case, feel so much guilt by their inability to live up to that rigid ideal. They achieve honor through their being, through their not merely acting on simplistic caprice and will, but through understanding the world around them, through a lot of difficult experiences and journeys that have imbued in them this higher ideal, this harder ideal of honor, the kind that is not simply honor to a social system or to an idea of a state or an idea of a matrix of moral conventions and mores, but through acting in adherence to this larger, more universal ideal. And doing so can only be achieved, at least in the cases of Zuko and Porco, when they allow themselves to let go of these rigid conceptions of honor, when they stop trying so hard to concern themselves with honor or their lack thereof, and instead just be and act on the knowledge they've gained through their experiences. That is when they become honorable. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can and you want to see more videos like this. Keep watching Avatar and Porco Rosso. They are great, but in different ways. Zuko's story is ultimately more optimistic because he has the opportunity to reform the world, to rebuild these conceptions of honor. and to bring them more in line with what he believes to be honorable. Porco Rosso is just a guy. He's just an ordinary person, if a talented pilot, in this deracinated, drifting world. He can only find honor for himself. So tune in soon for my next analysis. We'll be coming soon. Promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades. Poko is a very odd film. I think that even ardent Studio Ghibli fans are not always 100% sure what to make of this film, since it is dreamlike and weird and anarchic in ways that Ghibli films usually are not. There are certainly a lot of traditional Ghibli ideas here. There is this deep skepticism about industrial development, the emphasis on commerce, profit, productivity at the expense of human connectivity and community. There is this deep and evident love of the natural environment, the sense of mystery and wonder it evokes, especially in the deep forest, and all the mythological and folkloric significance that goes along with that. But nonetheless, this film is deeply weird. It is scattered in its plotting, rather ridiculous at some times, and yet at other times deeply earnest. And there are moments of it that are just rather difficult to follow or understand. To a certain extent, this is because it is very deeply tied to Japanese mythology, but also specifically more modern Japanese history. Admittedly, even in Japan, this is not the most popular Studio Ghibli film, but it is one that is very grounded in the tensions and conflicts of a particular time period in Japanese history. And I think that this is one of those films that very much needs a historical analysis applied to it. So for this video, I'm going to be less Joshua the literary and culture critic, and more Joshua the historian. So, to understand this film, you have to understand post-war Japan, which was a mix of desolation and energetic hope for the future. The country, after waging war on half the world, had been soundly defeated, perhaps a just punishment for those in power, but for the ordinary people, the result was vast immiseration and suffering. The last year of the war was extremely difficult on the people of Japan, not simply because of the much discussed dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but also at least as much because of the fire bombings, not just of Tokyo, but of most major Japanese cities during the war. Even after the war, there was a period of great starvation. Things got better, but they got better only very gradually. It took until the mid-1950s for Japan's GDP to recover just to the same level it was at before the devastation of the war. And it is only in the late 50s, and especially in the 1960s, that Japan really embarks on this massive project of building everything, really transforming itself into a modern, democratic nation that works for the benefit of all of its people. And a big part of that was building housing. Most of the housing had been destroyed during the war, and Japan's population continued to grow. So there was this desperate need for a lot of housing to be built, and fast. This was also a time of suburbanization. There is a typical image of the post-war American suburb that is very car-centric, that is very unwalkable, that is kind of bleak and isolated in a lot of ways, even as it also served as a symbol during the post-war period of a kind of affluence and prosperity. Suburbanization happened to a greater or lesser extent in basically every developed country in the aftermath of World War II, but it happened differently, and Japan, of course, thought about this in a much different way than your typical American urban planner at the time. There was much more of an emphasis on trains and public transportation more generally. These communities were relatively more walkable. To us, certainly to me as an American observer, these post-war Japanese suburbs look actually quite idyllic. But nonetheless, these were not places with history. These were not places that were built from the desires and passions and cultural impulses of many centuries. These are just random places that popped up, and they felt quite sterile and antiseptic to a lot of people, including Miyazaki himself, who is very tied to the past and to the natural environment. Adding to that last point, the construction of many of these Japanese suburbs, particularly on the hilly parts of the country. Japan is very hilly and very mountainous, caused a lot of destruction to the natural environment. It caused a lot of displacement to many of the creatures that were living there before. So, even though the suburbs themselves look significantly better, in my personal opinion, and probably in the opinions of a lot of American viewers, than suburbs in America, the discourse around them is very similar. This reasonable desire to build new housing ultimately leads to this reckless sprawl and this kind of materialism and consumerism that seeps into society. This kind of living in places that have no sense of organic history or community or continuity to them. These are deadened, commercialized, isolated places from the perspective of someone like Hayao Miyazaki and other people in Japan who deeply favored the country's past and the traditions and the connection to the natural environment. So all of this is going on, and this is very much what Poko is about. It is about the development of post-war Japanese suburbia and the conflict it creates with the literal natural environment, but also with these values of Japan. This sense of a kind of closeness to the environment, a kind of closeness to one's own past, one's own community, in favor of something that looks better, but nonetheless creates a sense of deep isolation and deep alienation from any greater sense of purpose or meaning. One is living in these kinds of non-places, places where everything is disposable and replaceable, simply the product of a commercialistic post-war society. In Japan, this transition from an emphasis on tradition, an emphasis on mythology and folklore and continuity with past generations to this more materialist, more money-centric, commodity-centric world is symbolized by the transition from the traditional sacred treasures of Japan. The great three treasures, those being the sword, and especially the mirror of Amaterasu, with the satirically dubbed new sacred treasures of Japan, those being the washing machine, the television, and the refrigerator. So there is a move to these consumer appliances that make life easier, that make it more efficient, but do not necessarily make it better. There's something lost there. There's a kind of isolation. William Morris talks about this very well in England when it went through this period of industrialization, that it was done recklessly. It was done carelessly, separating material objects from any sense of artistry or creativity. These are not objects made by people who care. They're not made by people who have a deep connection to their labor, to their community, and to their own imagination and creativity. Instead, these are sterile objects simply produced for the benefit of the marketplace. They're produced en masse for commercial gain. And so they are replaceable. There is no semblance of creativity or thoughtfulness in them. So there is a loss of the past, a loss of a closeness to prior generations, and a loss of a closeness to an environment that feels alive, an environment that feels deeply rooted in the actions of people, that is organically built by people over the course of generations. All of that has been lost. Morris talks about this well. And people in Japan did read William Morris, but they also had their own versions of this. There were people like Morris in Japan who were very much interested in the folk art of their country. These useful objects made by hand with these patterns and traditions that had been built up in relation with the natural environment over the course of many, many generations, and yet inspired with the passion of the individual artist or artisan. There's this deep care for folk crafts. There's someone like Junichiro Tanizaki who is deeply skeptical about this disenchanted push toward modernity in Japan. And this skepticism starts long before the war, but after the devastation of the war, criticisms like these accelerate to an extent. Miyazaki certainly is one who agrees with him. And this appears in many Ghibli films. The development that is discussed here is something very specific. It is Tama City in the outskirts of Tokyo. Specifically, it is the new part of Tama City, specifically called Tama New Town. And that's not a translation. It's a new town in the original Japanese, too. It's the transliteration of the English words new town. That was built in the hilly countryside, completely displacing the natural environment that had been there before. And instead, there are all these apartment buildings for families, these danshi buildings that are basically the Japanese equivalent to your modern post-war American suburban home. That's what they built in Japan instead. These somewhat dingy but adequate buildings that house the middle class and lower middle class of Japan in the time right after the war. And families continued to live in these for a while. In fact, Whisper of the Heart, one of my personal favorite Studio Ghibli films, is also set in Tama Newtown. It is set in one of these Danshi buildings. Shizuku lives in one of these buildings. And it's kind of remarkable how it's very much romanticized by a lot of American viewers who see Whisper of the Heart and think, oh wow, that looks so picturesque and idyllic. This is so beautiful. And to a certain extent I agree, but that's partly because it is rendered with the elegance and the artistry of Studio Ghibli. In Japan, these kinds of developments have the same cultural significance as our bland American suburbia. They were good and necessary in a lot of ways, and yet they, number one, mark this kind of consumerism, this kind of encroaching materialism, this emphasis on productivity and efficiency above all else, and a kind of disconnect from the past, from any kind of organic artistry in favor of mass production and commercialization. And it also led to the literal physical destruction of the natural environment. So that is the backdrop against which all these Tanuki are rebelling in Poko. Ultimately, they have to kind of acquiesce to their environment in the same way that Shizuku does. But this environment is there. It's still there. It still exists. It is a fundamental part of Japanese post-war history, and I think it really needs to be understood if this film, or even Whisper of the Heart to an extent, are to really make sense. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this before anyone else. It really is a contradiction, and there is a lot of ambivalence here. There is both a desire for people to be able to live, to be able to have housing, and there is a kind of acknowledgement that one needs to acquiesce to modernity to an extent. But at the same time, there's this acknowledgement that there is a deep sense of loss here. A deep sense of loss of a connection to prior generations, to the historical past, to a sense of mythology and folklore, to a sense of continuity and cohesion, to a sense of modernity, a sense of commercialization, a sense of focus on material goods and material prosperity. There's something deeply unsettling about that transformation to someone like Miyazaki. So anyway, tune in soon for next analysis. Will be coming soon. Promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades. Adolescence is not just a time of discovering who you are. It is also a time of discovering who you want to be and what path you want to pursue. And no movie better captures both the dizzying high and the absolute terror of that better than Whisper of the Heart. Too many movies about adolescence fall into the same banal pattern. The characters go to school, get involved in some shenanigans, get in trouble, make mistakes, learn from their mistakes, and enter the next stage of life a little smarter and more aware than they were before. But they display adolescence as its own story rather than as a part of a larger story. Judging from these movies, you'd think that once you're done with high school, you're a complete and fully formed person ready to handle whatever challenges life throws at you. I like a lot of movies like that, don't get me wrong, but they're limiting. Whisper of the Heart soars beyond that pattern. It's more intimate and mature. It's a story about beginnings. The protagonist, Shizuku, who for the record is my favorite Ghibli protagonist, starts a romantic relationship with a boy she realizes she was wrong about. She stops being an observer in her own life and writes her first story. Above all, she decides what kind of person she wants to be and what path she wants to pursue. When we first see her, Shizuku is trapped in the mire of early adolescence. She yearns for her childhood because she is afraid of the future. Because of her familial situation, she lacks the freedom she once possessed, and she worries about her morality. She does not think she is nice anymore. As she is younger than the typical protagonist in a coming-of-age movie, she is right at the age when childhood is just out of reach, and puberty changes everything, whether you like it or not. Without thinking, she breaks the heart of a boy she did not even know had a crush on her. All she has to sustain herself in this time of change is her love of books, and not just any books, fairy tales. She clings to childhood for refuge during the storm of adolescence. This is typical, but it cannot last forever. When she starts writing, it is an extension of that escape, a desire to keep clinging on to the person she used to be. She yearns for a socially acceptable alternative to the world of reading fairy tales all the time, and she believes this is it. What she does not anticipate is the extent to which this will transform her sense of self. Before, she did not have a coherent identity, but now she has something to which she can commit herself. She is a writer, a person capable of transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, a person capable of bringing stories into material existence. Yet she is not pretentious about it. Whisper of the Heart pairs her with Seiji, whose passion is violin making, and yet the film does not treat his passion as being less worthy than hers. What matters is not the object of passion, but rather the passion itself, and the mix of clarity and confusion brought on by that passion. Clarity regarding what one wants to do with one's life, and confusion regarding how one is to get from where they are now to where they want to be. Most of us who have deep passions have had them long enough that we start to become somewhat cynical about them. Or not even cynical, but we take them for granted. We forget what made them special to us in the first place. But think back. Think back to when you started writing or drawing or whatever it is that you care most about. You have something that is wholly yours, something that the world cannot take away from you, something that influences how you see the world around you. Suddenly, trees and stars and buildings are not just fixtures of an unchangeable world anymore. They are inspiration, and their effect on you can be unpredictable and transcendent. It is fitting that Whisper of the Heart pairs that expansion of perspective that comes when you discover a new passion with an adolescent protagonist. The first reason why is that adolescence is the time when many of us discover our passions, or at least the time when we start to apply ourselves seriously to these passions. They may start as a way to battle the vicissitudes of impending adulthood, but they can become ways for us to understand and personalize that transition. The self is not lost, but it is transformed. The old ship of childhood is not capable of bearing the load of adulthood, but through one's passion, we can transform the energy and enthusiasm that powered that old ship into a form capable of weathering the challenges awaiting us. That is how it functioned for Shizuku, and I must admit, that is how it functioned for me. Part of my connection with Shizuku stems from how I started writing about the same time she did. Though I am not a Japanese girl living in a time in which Tokyo is becoming increasingly separated from nature due to widespread urban sprawl, I can't help but remember who I once was whenever I watched the movie. This isn't to say finding a passion gives you all the answers in the world, but it does give you solace and relief as you're trying to find those answers. There is something universal to Shizuku's journey, and I don't mean to sound cliché or platitudinous when I say that. I've talked to quite a few different writers and artists about this movie, and they all connect to it in some way, more or less. Starting to write or starting to apply yourself to whatever art it is you practice is like plunging off a 200-foot cliff and slowly discovering you can fly. It is terrible and strange, but it is also wonderful. The second reason why it is fitting that this film chose an adolescent protagonist is that adolescence is itself an expansion of perspective. When the restraints and burdens of childhood disappear, the feelings and expectations and burdens and joys that one had only previously dreamed about become available. Every experience forms a portion of the self in a way that is not really true in childhood, when experiences, even dramatic ones, don't tend to affect your life to the same extent. Or adulthood, when one hopefully has a strong enough framework and enough experiences that not every positive experience feels like heaven and not every disappointment feels like hell. To discover one's passion while an adolescent is to uncover both these expansions at once. It is chaos for Shizuku, but it allows her to mature. The movie does not end with her becoming a great writer. That would have been an ending straight out of the kinds of fairy tales she has tried to grow beyond. Even though this film ostensibly covers less of an arc than the typical film about adolescence, as it only takes her to the start of her journey as a writer, it conveys both a grandeur and a tenderness that set it apart because it reflects the subjectivity of Shizuku as a character. Part of this is in flashy moments of animation, but most of it is in the pacing and the editing. Mundane moments receive much more attention than they would have in another film, because this is how they affect Shizuku. As she writes her novel, she has the license to absorb and contemplate the world around her, entering an elevated state. She daydreams about her book in class, and she writes into the late hours of the night. It is as much her first love as Seiji is. A lesser story would have either mocked her or lauded her for her singular focus, but Whisper of the Heart does neither. Instead, it empathizes with her. When she receives constructive criticism on her story, she does not break down in tears, not because she disagrees, but because she agrees. She knows it is not like she wanted, and she knows she can do better, so she dedicates herself to her art. This is a crushing defeat for her, but it is not a disaster. Rather, it is the beginning of growth. At the end of the film, she hikes with Seiji to the peak of a rolling hill. The clouds clear, and she can see further. It is a perfect final shot that captures the spirit of the film's view of adolescence. Adolescence isn't the end, it's a new beginning. And it's madness and sorrow and poor decisions and a lot of heartbreak, but hopefully we emerge from it being able to see further. So thank you for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this. Also, thank you for everyone who watched my first Whisper of the Heart video. As I'm writing this script, it has passed over 30,000 views. That's something I never expected to reach. So thank you all again. Tune in soon for my next analysis. It will be coming soon. Adios, comrades. When I think back on my growth as a writer and a critic, I can pinpoint certain films that were essential to my development in being able to evaluate and analyze art and think about it in a way that's not just superficial, not just, oh, this happened, and then this guy won, and then this girl lost, but to actually step back and think about it analytically, think about it philosophically, think about it and allow it to really shape my own values and my own ideals and my own beliefs. These are works of art that I would not be the same if I didn't watch at the time that I did. Some of them are more mainstream and relatively conventional, such as Titanic. Some of them are more artistic and traditionally viewed as some of the best works of art ever made, such as Ozu's Tokyo Story, or say Rei's Pathar Panchali. However, there is one film that towers above all the others, that being Princess Mononoke, or Mononoke Hime in Japanese, a film released in the late 90s that was supposed to be Hayao Miyazaki's final film before he retired. Though of course he returned to filmmaking, Princess Mononoke would have been an appropriate swan song. It demonstrates with clarity, precision, and devastating poignancy a lot of the themes Miyazaki has been working with since the 80s, if not before. To me, this film feels like a culmination of the ideas and themes and philosophies that Miyazaki has been working with. And there has been no film that has affected my intellectual and artistic development more than this one. Now, it was not the first film of Studio Ghibli's I watched. That was Spirited Away, which I saw as a 6th grader. By the time I watched Princess Mononoke as a freshman in high school while on the western plains of Colorado, I had already become quite accustomed to Miyazaki's intimate strangeness as a filmmaker, the inviting yet surreal worlds he creates for the viewers. What Princess Mononoke did, however, introduce me to was an elevated conception of what fantasy filmmaking can be. A synthesis of non-dualistic philosophy, interpersonal anguish and love, and a refusal to commit to simple answers while also not relying on postmodern abstraction. This film is precise, and it is haunting, but it is also a film that does not feel the need to bury its grand ideas beneath the surface. The characters are the focus, but they are the focus of a story that extends far beyond them, and they recognize that, and the film recognizes that. It is not an overly intellectualized philosophical discussion like you'd see in Plato, and it's not this romanticist valorization of the individual spirit either. What it is, rather, is a way to use the grounded and very real longings and fears and anxieties of different characters of different backgrounds, especially the two leads, Ashitaka and Sen, as a way for conveying a much wider and more elevated story about how people interact, not just with the environment or with themselves or with each other, but how they interact with a world in which these different conflicts between the self and the other, between different sides of the self, between the self and the environment the self finds oneself in, cannot be easily resolved. There's a great essay by Lionel Trilling, one of my favorite critics, that I found myself reading a lot over the summer. It's an essay called The Meaning of a Literary Idea, and it talks about how art does express ideas, but not in the same way that philosophy expresses ideas. Art expresses ideas through its form. The forest is not some pastoralized Arcadia, not some locus amenus, as the Romans would say. And it's also not just a simple materialist construction of specific trees and plants that happen to fit together on a scientist's charts and graphs. Rather, it's a mysterious, opaque place. A place that is kind of terrifying, but also beautiful, and offering possibilities beyond the individual ego. So how, of course, does Miyazaki demonstrate this? He doesn't just recite this in philosophy. Rather, he demonstrates this through having the forest spirit, for instance, take away some of Ashitaka's wounds, but not his curse. The spirit is not done with him. It's not here to bow to his will, but it's also not here to work against his will necessarily. Rather, it has a will of its own. This is not the simplistic maxim of show, don't tell, so much as it is something a lot deeper, a lot harder to convey, I believe. And that's this sense of art conveying its ideas through impression. This is not, say, blocking a work of art from literally telling people what the characters feel, which sometimes is useful, which the show don't tell axiom doesn't really account for. And it's also not this superficial sense of showing that's very obvious and superficial, and that just kind of provides a rather simplistic and one-dimensional view of a work of art. For instance, if you just see, someone's face going red and they're raging around, that's just a very clear indication that they're angry. You're showing instead of telling, but your showing is vapid. This transcends that banality. It looks at art from a much grander point of view. When you have characters take actions, those actions have meaning in the organism of the story, the world that you construct. Every action means more than just, character A goes and wields an axe or talks to someone. They have meaning for the ideas of the story, for the philosophy of the work, in a way that is not just a story devolving into a bland philosophy lecture. Trilling lays this out very specifically, but I think Miyazaki understands this intuitively. I think a lot of the best artists do, although there's not a lot of art that's really of the level of Princess Mononoke. And I believe this is a major reason why the work captivated me like it did. When I first saw Princess Mononoke, I was completely silent during the credits. I did not know what to say. I was struggling to process what I had experienced. This was not instant love, for the record. I would now, if you asked me, probably call this my favorite film of all time. And I do not say that lightly, but it took a while for me to understand how much I loved it. But I immediately felt how it shaped me. That I was getting a different depth, a different level of feeling out of this work of art that I was not accustomed to. And I could not stop talking about this film. And even now, I am extremely willing to launch into a conversation about Princess Mononoke if someone brings the film up. Not just because it's that good, but because it's that captivating. This is a environmental film that goes against the simplistic dualities of a lot of environmental films where humanity is evil and nature is this platonic, beautiful purity. This film has no use for such simplicity. Even compared to Nausicaa, a film I like, Princess Mononoke is on a different level. Nausicaa is a great film. I do not think Miyazaki himself has ever made a bad film. But it's also a film that's easy to just accept as a relatively normal environmental film. Princess Mononoke does not let you off that easily. It's a film where the humans are varied. There are some who are just greedy and exploitative and delusional. And there are some, like Lady Eboshi, who are leaders to their people. They want to try and help those they're in charge of to make their lives better. They genuinely believe in these ideals of progress and industry and improving the lives of humanity. It's not good humans versus bad humans, necessarily. Lady Eboshi does go along with the so-called bad humans. It's just a film of people who are flawed and anxious and all have their own desires and ideals that they're trying to fulfill. This is the real world, and there are no simplistic answers to these environmental concerns, but at the same time, that does not mean that one can just ignore these concerns or just shrug their shoulders and say, oh, well, we all need to learn to live together. We all need to just hold hands and sing happy songs. To a certain extent, the conflict between the world of nature and the world of industry is one that does not offer an easy resolution. The creatures of nature in this film become fanaticized just as much as the humans, but they have a genuine attachment to the natural environment that they know is being lost. They know the era of this magic forest, this enchanted rural world is ending, and they want to stop that from happening, but they can't. By the end of the film, that world has ended. There is no going back. The forest spirit may not be dead necessarily, but the forest spirit is not coming back in the same form that it was in before. Meanwhile, humanity is not going to abandon its ambition. Irontown will be rebuilt. The desire to create, to build, to construct, that will go on. The question is how that desire, that burning will of creativity and industry will interact with the necessary and regenerative powers of the natural world. Ashitaka and San are these two emblems of these two different worlds, and that's why they can't be together. It is not just philosophical, but it is philosophical. They're not just symbols of the interactions between the human world and the world of the forest, but they are symbols of that. Not in the didactic sense, but in the sense Trilling describes. It's a weighty, haunting film with a lot of lofty themes that nonetheless feel so enriched by the characters and circumstances through which those themes are acted out. And I cannot respect it enough. So anyway, thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can and you want to see more videos like this. I realize this video might be a little long, but it could have been much longer, trust me. I could talk for Princess Mononoke for an hour straight, very easily. I hope what I was saying made sense. I realize I was kind of getting a little abstract, but I did want to differentiate this from what I said about Princess Mononoke a few years ago in my last video on it. My thinking has evolved a lot since then. Anyway, tune in soon for my next analysis. It will be coming soon. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades. It is the scene immediately after the train scene, wherein Chihiro and her companions travel to the house of Zeniba through the dark, swampy forest. The train scene in Spirited Away is a truly otherworldly and contemplative scene. It is also not what we are talking about, as it is by far the most commonly discussed scene when talking about this film. Now, I don't think that is bizarre or strange or not justified. It genuinely is beautiful. It is a moment of profound calm after a very hectic series of events. The film talks about how the bathhouse is this place of corruption and materialism and overstimulation. But it is one thing to hear that, and it is another thing to really feel that. It is entirely different to be away from the flashing lights, away from the excess, away from the sumptuous selfishness, and into something much quieter and more somber. Chihiro is in a land of ghosts, a land that is decaying openly by what the film says. It's a train trip that is only one way. The train used to run both ways, but it doesn't anymore. There is a sense of melancholy. It is a time for great contemplation, of great meditation on the actual nature of things, apart from the overexerting, rather deceptive world of the bathhouse, where everything is mediated through this lens of consumerism. Beyond that, there is a kind of sorrow, and yet there is a kind of genuineness as well. It is a time for silent, earnest, intimate contemplation of a world that is a little sad and a little wistful. And yet there is beauty to this scene, nonetheless, because it calls attention to something above the chaos and the turmoil of the bathhouse world into this broader, more universal contemplation of a kind of wistfulness and liminality that links together life, that is a kind of fate of things. You may or may not be familiar with a Japanese concept called Mononoke, which does not have a direct translation, but the closest would be something like awareness of the transience of things. The greatest example of this in Japanese culture is, of course, the cherry blossoms, which burst with great beauty in the spring, and yet their petals fade. They drop from the trees and are blown by the winds. There is a kind of elegiac sorrow to that, but it represents not something despairing, but a kind of coming to enlightenment. A kind of understanding of a larger nature of things beyond the individual perspective that links together everyone. There is a sense of consolation in this that comes from the recognition of a larger sense of community, a larger sense of collectivity. And I think that is a major reason why that scene is so appealing to people. It's a major reason why that works. It's that same principle, Mononoke. Nonetheless, I do think it is troublesome to fixate so overwhelmingly on one specific scene. As Matthew Arnold talks about, the overfixation on a specific value system, a specific belief system, a specific set of principles and ideas, however valuable it might be in one respect, however nourishing it is in one way, is limited and constrained in another, inevitably. Because no one perspective, no one worldview can capture the fullness of a complicated and constantly fluctuating world. And so it is necessary to look beyond one's own perspective and take a broader view of things, whatever one personally likes the best. One needs to try to look beyond that. Jung has a quite similar view, where he discusses how the repetition of the same view, the same beliefs, the same self-perception inevitably leads to a kind of calcification. Life force drains out of it, and it becomes the rote repetition of platitudes. There's nothing wrong with any specific ideals of the world or the self, but simply because of their limited repetition, they inevitably become narrow. They inevitably become disconnected from the real, genuine workings of the world, which for Jung, as much as for Arnold, albeit in a different way, are almost incomprehensibly complex and inevitably convoluted. So back to Spirited Away. The scene I specifically want to focus on is the scene right after the train scene. It is the scene wherein Chihiro gets off the train and she is wandering through Swamp Bottom, going to Zeniba's house. It is a scene that is surprising because it changes in a way that does not have any loud twists to it. There's no drastic transformation of what the scene is. It is a subtle change, a subtle realization, the going from dread and anxiety to a kind of beauty and clarity and warmth. It starts off as a kind of dark fairy tale. It starts off as Chihiro and her companions wandering through this dark forest alone in a desolate land. There are not a lot of lights. There's not a lot of care or comfort. The overall atmosphere of the scene isn't despondent or despairing necessarily, but it is a little forlorn. It is a scene where one suspects that something dreadful could occur. There is an emphasis on the unknown, the unseen. There is real risk in being in a place like this, and that is what the film emphasizes. Chihiro is fundamentally defined by the end of the film by her selflessness. She starts off the film as a selfish kid. Not in any particularly egregious way, she's just petty. She thinks about her own concerns and she does not really care much about others. This is a trait she shares with her parents, the film implies. It is less a personal failing than a larger collective failing of post-war Japan in a time of great prosperity and great consumerist malaise. Something that then came crashing down. Japan, by the early 2000s, was in what is called the lost decade, after the great Asian economic crash of the late 90s. That empire of consumerism was rapidly unraveling, and Miyazaki uses this film in a way to force a real confrontation with the underside of that consumerism and the world that can be forged outside that milieu. So Chihiro grows by being more selfless, by choosing what is good for others and what is good for the benefit of all, aside from what is pretty and nice for her personally. This trip to Swamp Bottom is a great example of that. Haku is deeply hurt, and to revive him, she goes to the ends of the earth, literally. She goes to this desolate little world in the middle of nowhere, with no guarantee that she will be able to get back. It is a profound act of selflessness. And that selflessness, that love, is transformative. The world she sees gradually becomes more welcoming and more peaceful. A bouncing lamp comes to greet her. This is a reference to Luxo Jr., the bouncing Pixar lamp, as a testament to the relationship between Pixar and Studio Ghibli, and particularly between Pixar head John Lasseter and Hayao Miyazaki. But in a story sense, it represents the coming of light. The emergence of something friendly and welcoming, overcoming the darkness and disorientation of the swamp. And then Zeniba's cottage is very peaceful, almost preternaturally peaceful, almost unrealistically peaceful after what we have seen before in the film. It's this bucolic little ideal world. Zeniba herself is transformed. From what we saw of her before, she was perhaps not as cruel as her sister, but still quite mean and selfish. And yet here she seems grandmotherly, rustically welcoming, invariably sweet. Why? Well, from a thematic perspective, what this means is that Chihiro has made a brave and selfless choice, and that the world around her has been transformed. When you think about this thematically and emotionally and symbolically, and not just on an overt, superficial plot perspective, this makes sense. Chihiro has brought light to this fairy tale world. Light from her actions, light from her love, light from her selflessness. Love, the film declares, is a kind of healing. It is through Chihiro's love that Haku is healed. It is through Chihiro's love that she is able to reunite with her parents, that she's able to escape back to her own world. And it is through her love, demonstrated not through romantic gestures or anything like that, but through a persistent selflessness, that the world is fundamentally transformed. That there is this subtle but inescapable sense of warmth emerging from the most unlikely and ostensibly forlorn of circumstances. Chihiro is not scared. She's anxious, she's uncertain, but she remains committed to the ideals that have developed in her over the course of the film. And so, according to the fairy tale logic that governs many parts of the film, but especially this last section in the swamp, she is rewarded with a kind of healing, with the transformation of the landscape and even of Zeniba herself, from despairing and dreadful to warm and inviting. It is a beautiful scene, and I think it deserves more credit, and is sadly overshadowed by the train scene, however great that scene is. This scene of her journey right after is as important and as deserving of study. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this before anyone else. Keep watching Studio Ghibli films. I have made one of these videos about basically every film made by the studio at this point, but I wanted to wait to really find what I had to say about this film in particular, about which so much has already been said, that was genuinely unique. Anyway, adios, comrades. Ponyo is fundamentally a film about innocence. Genuine and true childhood innocence, as opposed to the paternalistic and overbearing attempts to control and shape it. There have been readings of this film that show Fujimoto, Ponyo's rather well-intentioned but controlling father, as a kind of Walt Disney figure, an emblem of a kind of overprotective idealization of childhood that very much wants to keep the child in a certain place, that wants the child to enjoy childhood but only within very strict parameters. It's a kind of false freedom. There is no way to know if that is intentional, if this film is an intentional rebuttal to the idealization of childhood, the specific idealization of childhood in the work of Disney. But it is very true that this is Miyazaki's version of The Little Mermaid, and as such, it is kind of inevitably a response to Disney's Little Mermaid. Both are, of course, significantly different from the Hans Christian Andersen story, which is very adult in a way that both films are not. The Hans Christian Andersen story being about the mermaid being so consumed by this desperate, fiery longing that she leaves her home and attempts to connect with the prince on the land, and she is rejected. He does not love her. And she ultimately cannot become a human. She cannot gain a soul, which is very important for Andersen. Very much as this Christian piety to the original. And she turns into sea foam. Both modern mermaid films, this and the Disney Little Mermaid, are significantly more innocent. But the Disney film is still very much a film about love and romance and this wild adolescent desire. And I kind of like it for that. But it is a kind of wish fulfillment, a kind of perhaps distorting wish fulfillment. Ariel's is not the most smart person at the start. She is a hormonal teenager, and she just follows those adolescent desires, and ultimately she gets what she wants. Miyazaki's film is significantly more innocent. It's not about romantic love. It's about a very young boy and a very young girl, prepubescent, but growing at the same time. All children mature. A difference between, say, a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old might not seem a lot to an adult, but it certainly seems a lot to the child themselves. And as the child slowly grows up, forming these connections is important, and these connections are innocent for Miyazaki, but there is also something a bit uncontrolled about that nonetheless. And the film is ultimately about relinquishing this kind of deep parental control. Ponyo is arguably the most gentle Studio Ghibli film. Even a film like Totoro has quite a bit of darkness in it. There is the specter of the mother's debilitating illness and the despair about whether she might possibly die. It can also be a deeply melancholy film at times in a way that Ponyo is not. There is more than a hint of the Wordsworthian ideal of the child here. The hope of the child as this undiminished figure, closer to heaven in a way, less tainted by the ruinous passions of life on this planet. So one could possibly say this is a bit of an idealizing film, but it's nonetheless a film that is emphatic that the child needs to be free to explore their innocent perceptions of the world on their own terms, as opposed to this paternalistic, controlling, strict, almost in a way perverse ideal of childhood innocence, which the film is firmly against. As opposed to, say, the Disney Little Mermaid, which has a pretty clear and familiar structure, and as people have criticized it for, Ariel basically has no agency in the second half of the film after she gets on land. Ponyo is a film all about exploring, all about these ordinary moments of childhood wonder, of going wherever you want and not really knowing what awaits you, but not really caring because you're young and the world is fresh and everything seems exciting. And Miyazaki wants to honor that purity of this youngest stage of childhood, which he does not believe should be controlled by someone like Fujimoto. I don't want to say that there isn't any darkness whatsoever in Ponyo. You can certainly find some if you look for it, especially with the more adult characters. There are those concerns of, say, financial anxieties and struggles of moving and rearing children. But a lot of those concerns are kept on the outskirts of the film, and this is a film that pulsates with gentleness and kindness. And it is interesting that Miyazaki chose to make this. Many of the late period Miyazaki films are deeply burdened by the sorrows of a fragmented world that Miyazaki feels is scarred with violence and collapsing in on of itself. The Boy and the Heron and The Wind Rises, Miyazaki's two final films that he makes after this, are different in many ways, but they are fundamentally concerned with the same question, which is there a way to create meaningfully and ethically in a broken world? Is it possible to maintain a sense of beauty and a sense of harmony in a world that is so violent and brutal and exploitative? To what extent is that even possible? And both those films are deeply ambivalent on these questions, on this one singular issue. Even Howl's Moving Castle, Miyazaki's film immediately before this, which he took over from Mamoru Hosoda, the then young Mamoru Hosoda, whose work on the film Miyazaki was not happy about. That film is relatively warm by Ghibli standards, but it is also a film deeply gripped with Miyazaki's anxieties about the invasion of Iraq and about military imperialism in the 21st century. Ponyo, conversely, is more innocent. It's not that it's a film about nothing, it's a film about a lot of things. It's a deeply ecological film. It's a film about warmth and friendship and childhood connection. But it is a film that has a more hopeful ideal for society. It reminds me a bit of Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale, a late period romance by Shakespeare, wherein we are given this somber, icy, melancholy world, and then by the end everything is revitalized, miraculously so. There's a sense of warmth, of springtime, of renewal flowing back into the land. And that is what I get when I think of Ponyo. It is Miyazaki's version of that, his little moment of hope, of genuine childhood innocence. The kind of innocence that, for Miyazaki, is only the province of very young children, even younger than Chihiro. That, for Miyazaki, is nonetheless not silly or fatuous, but hopeful and beautiful and worth venerating. And that is ultimately what this film is. It is not simply a gentle masterpiece, it is a masterpiece that venerates a kind of gentleness and warmth and uncaring, unpretentious kindness and goodness toward one another. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and if you want to see more videos just like this one before anyone else. Ponyo is a very sweet and heartwarming film in of itself, and it's really interesting to look at in the scope of the much darker place that Miyazaki has increasingly gone to in the last few decades of his life. Not this nihilism necessarily, but this existential uncertainty about the future of humanity and the future of art in an uncertain world. Ponyo is him letting himself dream, and I think that can be a beautiful thing. Adios, comrades.
The Wind Rises is at its most devastating and its most insightful when it depicts the difficulties of attempting to live and to create in a world that is inevitably marked by exploitation and violence and conquest. There are no easy answers here, and that is a fact I greatly appreciate about The Wind Rises. It, like Princess Mononoke, my favorite Studio Ghibli film, is a film that is profoundly about ambivalence, about the unceasing fragmentation of the world, its deracination from any coherent and stable sense of community and continuity. Instead, there is a climate of violence. There is a climate of hyper-competitive exploitation. It is a climate that only allows the protagonist, Jiro, to create if that creation serves the interests of warfare, of violence, of brutality, and conquest. And the film takes a remarkably nuanced and non-dogmatic stance about Jiro's attempts to create in such a system. Condemning Jiro would be quite easy. One could say that he is simply at fault for not really considering the damage that he is causing through his idealistic obsession with creating planes. That is an easy critique, and one that I think is rather shallow in that it only scratches the surface of what Miyazaki is trying to get at in this film. The film is not pro-Japanese propaganda, as people have wrongly alleged that it is. Honestly, I would think that Miyazaki's vehement opposition to war and violence throughout his career and his personal life would give him some sort of insulation against such charges, but apparently not. This is a film about how do you create in such a world. The answer, oh, you can't, is easy and it offers no real answers. On a societal level, on a grandiose structural level, sure, you can say, oh, it is not possible to create these works of beauty and purpose and try to fulfill a sort of meaning and establish a sort of elegance and harmony when these works are so stained in blood. But then what is someone to do? Are they to deny their artistic passions altogether? No, I do not think that is a reasonable response. How do you escape from this world where every aspect of your creativity is commodified and exploited by this society that prizes violence, domination, and conquest, that has values that are fundamentally opposed to any sort of beauty and harmony and wonder on a societal level, that stands for the exact opposite: destruction, devastation, the annihilation of the human spirit in warfare. Miyazaki does not at all deny that Jiro's dream is cursed. There are a series of sequences in this film, dream sequences, wherein Jiro meets with one of his idols, Caproni, who, like him, is ardently passionate about aviation, and like him, created planes that were used for warfare and destruction, despite not really having any desire to do so, because that is the only avenue for creation in such a perverse and twisted society. Caproni points out that airplanes are cursed dreams. They cannot be these portals to an Arcadian perfect reality that we would like them to be, because they are shaped in the context of their construction by a rapacious and unjust world that economically only valorizes airplanes as tools for violence and warfare. And then we come to one of the film's most striking scenes. It is a scene that has attracted a lot of criticism, and a scene that definitely does not promote good feelings. It does not promote joy and happiness and contentment. But it is probably the most essential scene in the film. The scene that one needs most to understand to truly comprehend what Miyazaki is getting at here in the film. It is a scene about pyramids. He asks Jiro, more or less, is it worth it to live in a world without pyramids? Pyramids being here, of course, a symbol for monumental artistic achievements that nonetheless, because of the circumstances of their making, are tainted by exploitation and suffering, all the brutality involved in their creation. Is it still worthwhile to create pyramids or airplanes, these great objects of elegance and beauty and wonder, these objects that demand reverence and respect and inspire people throughout the generations? Is it worth creating these if they are inevitably stained with suffering? Caproni does not give a quite definitive answer, but the film and he lean more toward yes-ish. It is a fundamentally more ambivalent yes than I think a lot of the critics of this film would like to admit. Even Susan Napier, who has written brilliantly about Miyazaki, and whose book Miyazaki World is a must-read, talks in her section about this film, The Wind Rises, that the film more or less endorses the idea that suffering and exploitation are worthwhile if they result in beautiful, enduring works of art and architecture, or engineering in Jiro's case. But that's not quite what the film is getting at. It's getting at something a bit more unsettling and yet less directly about airplanes or aviation. We, holding ourselves apart from Miyazaki, apart from the film, apart from Jiro, would like to say that the creation of airplanes for war is fundamentally different than, say, the act of creating a film, or the act of creating any work of art, because those works of art are not directly, say, bombing people, and unlike the pyramids, they do not directly require the labor of the oppressed masses. But Miyazaki is cleverer than us. He is cleverer than that superficial, surface-level reading. He implies here that animation, and Jiro is very much a Miyazaki figure here, just like Porco Rosso, is not that different from the act of making these planes. And he means that in a very self-critical way. And in a way that is applicable to situations that are not creating warplanes in World War II Japan. Miyazaki here is saying that in an exploitative and rapacious system, a system that exists only for the sake of profit and practicality, and a system that often requires that profit and practicality to occur explicitly in violence, such as in warfare, or implicitly in the upholding of unjust social structures. To be an artist is to participate in these systems. Otherwise, an artist cannot survive. The only other option is to go live on a mountaintop as a monk, to completely remove yourself from the world. This is not a practical solution for everyone. that is the only way to live a completely pure life in a rapacious and unjust world as an artist. But that is not a solution. We, Miyazaki is saying, like Jiro, have to participate in this system, even though that system is inevitably stained with blood and suffering. Obviously, the utopian dream is to live in a world beyond that system, to live in a world where exploitation is not inevitably intertwined with the production of art, the production of creativity. But Miyazaki argues that it is. Both for Miyazaki the artist, who only perhaps had the money and the resources to properly pursue his dreams because his family made airplanes for the Japanese military during World War II. And for all of us. Now, one could argue that creating art, whether it's a book, a play, movie, whatever, in a system that is sadly corrupt, rapacious, iniquitous, and profit-seeking, is still different from creating planes that are going to bomb Asia and the United States. Miyazaki would say that this is of course true, but that it is a mere difference in degree, not in kind. I think of William Morris, who talks about how art has been degraded by industrialization, by exploitation, by the anti-humanist desire to turn people into things to create profit. And that all art is degraded somewhat because it exists under this system. And Miyazaki would agree. He would say that art is stained, but he is saying that it nonetheless provides a sort of consolation, a sort of inner harmony that cannot be attained through otherwise being in the world. The artistic impulse has value and purpose in bringing a sense of stability even in this cruel, exploitative world that it exists within. The Caproni scenes exist also to demonstrate that attempting to transcend this brutal, visceral link between art and its position within an exploitative system is not easy, and perhaps it's not possible. Caproni is so proud of these planes that he is making that will allow people to peacefully travel great distances over water. He is so enthused about transitioning out of making warplanes and into making planes for this ideal future that he imagines, and yet his plane disintegrates. It fails. Jiro experiences a source of failure too. Critics have noted that the film grinds to a halt of sorts for this romance subplot with Naoko. And to a certain extent, this is intentional. Naoko, for Jiro, is a form of escape. That relationship is a form of trying to make a source of happiness and a source of contentment for himself and for her outside this artistic military world of warcraft, violence, and exploitation. And yet, that world is inevitably transient. Naoko dies. Their romance is brutally cut short. Jiro must return to the world of aviation, the world of creating these beautiful cursed dreams that are his airplanes, of participating in this exploitative, brutal system that nonetheless allows him to attain a sense of peace and a sense of inner harmony through his art. The Wind Rises is not a film that provides easy answers. It is not a film that provides a perfect solution to how to live within a system defined by violence and exploitation. In fact, it asserts that these answers to try to escape the system are futile. And thus Jiro is drawn back into participation in this system that he knows is immoral. That is the situation of the artist for Miyazaki. It is not particularly beautiful. It is not particularly designed to promote a source of contentment and a source of inner satisfaction and reassurance. Quite the opposite. But it does strike me as fundamentally true as a depiction of the artist's attempts to create in a fundamentally unjust and immoral system. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can and you want to see more videos just like this one before anyone else. Keep watching The Wind Rises and every other brilliant, daring, underrated film made by Studio Ghibli. The title of the film, coming from a daring, haunting poem by Valerie, is one of the film's most thoughtful concepts. This idea that as much as it would be lovely and serene and beautiful to be able to neglect the practical realities of the world, that cannot quite be. The world must be confronted in all its iniquity, and consolation, to the extent that it can be attained, must be attained from engaging with the world, not trying to distract oneself from it. With all of these dreams of a perfect, wedded life with Naoko, for instance, completely outside this brutal exploitative world of Japanese aviation. So anyway, tune in soon for my next analysis. It will be coming soon. Promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades.
Modern criticism as a whole over-prioritizes understanding. Now, obviously, one wants to be able to say something other than, I don't know what that was about. I don't know what they were doing after they finish watching a movie. When confronted with befuddlement, people either blame themselves or blame the art for failing to offer clarity. But clarity is exactly what the best art rejects. Or at least a lot of the art that I find the most moving. When I watched Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron, I thought a lot about modernism. The artistic and philosophical movement in the early 20th century that is difficult to sum up with just a few tidy phrases, but suffice it to say, they used modern techniques, new forms, new ideas, new strategies to grasp at some semblance of meaning and unity in a world wherein faith in progress, faith in connectivity, faith in community had all failed and left behind a smattering of ruins. Modernism is known for being quite difficult. This difficulty is not accidental. It's fundamentally a campaign against clarity, against intelligibility and order. It is fundamentally a belief underlying modernism that the only way to attain understanding of the essence of an experience. Look away from the obvious, the overt, the superficial. The difficulty of modernism fundamentally deactivates that initial level of comprehension and understanding. Instead of seeing in Yeats something familiar, something known, the mind perceives the unknown and the unfamiliar, and so, instead of relying on conventional attitudes and ideas, the individual has to be immersed into the actual fractured, poignant experiences of the work. And so that intentional obfuscation from a sort of clarity, a sort of initial order and intelligibility, is a method, a tool to create distance from the ordinary and the expected, and so create this revitalized sense of experience so as to allow one to see into the essence of emotions, ideas, sensations that are otherwise made opaque by the chaos of the modern world. The Boy and the Heron works very similarly. And I'm not only saying that because the central symbol, the tower, is one of Yeats's favorite symbols, one that can be found all throughout his poetry. This is fundamentally a film that encourages the breaking of the boundaries between the individual and the universal, while acknowledging how chaotic the perception of the individual can be and how difficult it is to see outside that individual perception in such a fragmented, broken, charred world. It's a film about grief, about loss, and about not necessarily the overcoming of these sensations, but the understanding that they are universal, that they are part of the fabric of the world, and that they need to be accepted. A big part of modernism is the embrace of myth. Not myth as a reactionary technique, a idea to completely ignore the chaos of the modern world. That's not it at all. It's about seeing the overstimulated world as fundamentally a distraction. It's so full of these convoluted impulses that it becomes difficult to see things clearly. By creating distance from the individual sorrows and laments of modern life, one reaches back into myth and sees in that myth a sense of unity, a sense of commonality in the patterns and experiences that all people go through in past and present. But reconnecting with this mythical unity is a problem in a modern world, in a world that is so divided. Achieving a sort of connectivity with that unity requires a journey. It requires a fundamental abandonment of the isolated individual self that is buffeted by the chaos of a broken world. In The Boy and the Heron, Mahito loses his mother in a fire during the bombing campaigns at the end of World War II against Japan. His father is a quintessential businessman of the times, very much a figure of modernity. The house in which Mahito is brought to live and in which he feels quite uncomfortable is this strange place between past and present. It's partly consciously Western and modern, and partly very Japanese. He feels out of place, and a lot of his resentment he takes out on his stepmother, who is also his aunt. There's this deep dissatisfaction at a world that does not make sense, at a world that seems askew. His stepmother is not a bad person, and the film is emphatic in its emphasis of this. But she is, for him, the fundamental lightning rod of all his angst, of all his despair at a world that does not cohere, that now lacks any sort of cohesive fabric. And so he goes to the tower. He's lured there by the Heron. He wants to try to see his mother again, and he does in a strange way. Also, his stepmother disappears there, and he needs to try to rescue her. That is ultimately his most major quest, even if it's not what he wants the most. He needs to reach out and connect with his stepmother and prioritize her well-being. Now, on a surface level, yes, it's important that he's able to put aside his resentment and reconnect with his family, but it's a lot more than that, y'all. It's about fundamentally seeing this unity, this oneness of things, of people's conditions, of people's sorrows and aspirations that exists behind this chaos and this dividing bombardment of sensations of the modern world. The tower is ultimately a place of clarity. It is a place where everyone's lives are interconnected. Past, present, multiple worlds. His mother, he sees as a young girl about his age, and she is a fire priestess in this strange underworld through which Mahito goes. It's a striking moment when he realizes it is his mother. It demonstrates him understanding this series of connections and series of patterns that underlies life. This is not simply accepting on an abstract level that everyone goes through the same things, the same feelings, the same sensations. It is experiencing those patterns viscerally, and through the invocation of those patterns in this ritualized, mythical space, that he is brought to a sense of unity, a sense of understanding. But this understanding requires a kind of abasement. It requires a psychological rejection of excuses, a psychological rejection of individual egotism and ambition. That's a hard route for him to go to. Diving into myth, reconnecting with it as a fractured modern person who has suffered so much loss, ultimately means looking inside himself and rejecting his own delusions. And that is a difficult process. Again, the point of reconnecting with this mythic unity underlying individual lives is not to arrive at one answer, one conclusion, but to ultimately ascertain a greater understanding of everyone's frailty and everyone's weakness. Mahito ultimately accepts his own flaws as a person. He tries to injure himself and succeeds at injuring himself quite badly so he doesn't have to go to school. So he doesn't have to face a world he fundamentally rejects and views as unfair and harsh. And by the end of the film, he accepts that that is a fault. That he is guilty of clinging to these delusions of blocking himself off from the world as it is, of trying to retreat into these narratives where he can have what he wants. He does not want to confront the outside world, and he wants his mother back. And ultimately, this strange, surreal space inside the tower gives him glimpses of what he wants. It gives him glimpses of this kind of power and control that he lacks. It gives him glimpses of having his mom back, only to force him to understand that he ultimately needs to reject his pride and his egotism. He needs to understand that the world inevitably goes on these patterns, inevitably goes on these primordial structures that have always existed. People discover them for themselves in their own ways, and in the modern world, those structures pop up in these strange and oblique ways, but they're still there, and connecting with them creates a sense of understanding, but it's not a sense of safety. It's not a sense of clarity. It's not a sense of certainty. It is rather a sense of the self as being fundamentally small and limited and incapable of understanding a much vaster world, and being okay with that and accepting human frailty and human limitation. He rejects his great uncle's offer to create this new world when he reaches the top of the tower, because he understands his own imperfection as a human being. No person is perfect enough to create that world. No person is perfect enough that they can simply project this imagined dream world about what they want to be and have it be an ideal world for everyone. The great uncle is ultimately somber and melancholy despite his immense power. He is a great inventor, a great creator, and yet at the same time he is a prisoner of his own ambition and his own avarice, and he knows that. Mahito ultimately rejects the ambition to create this perfect world and accepts the patterns and structures that underlie everyone's lives, whether it's his, whether it's his great uncle's, whether it's his mom's. That world is not a fair world necessarily. In fact, it can be quite a cruel world. but it is a world that inevitably rejects these simplistic, selfish explanations. Like, I feel personally antagonized by the world does not mean that the world is vile and unjust. Now, it doesn't mean the world is just either. It simply means the world is as it has always been, that it moves along these same paths, these same rituals, these same kinds of experiences that people, if they watch closely, will see that they inevitably go into. They feel the same kinds of passions and hopes and yearnings and disappointments and sufferings. And ultimately, everyone's perspective is so limited and so incomplete that they cannot create this perfect world. So they need to turn away from pageantry, turn away from spectacle, and accept the world as it is. This is why the rather buffoonish Parakeet King is the main villain here. He's kind of a fascist figure, befitting this era in which the film is set. But above all, he wants control, he wants power, and he believes the sense of spectacle and pomp and ceremony he cultivates is enough to establish his authority. But ultimately, the film emphasizes how beneath all of these projections that people make, however grandiose they might be, there is ultimately human frailty in the presence of the loss and the sorrow that everyone inevitably goes through. I think of Northrop Frye, the great literary critic, and his discussion of the tower imagery as part of the mythos of romance. Romance not meaning love story, but romance meaning this kind of heightened, intensified form of experience, adventure and wonder and discovery. Something like The Lord of the Rings or King Arthur. But ultimately, the tower marks the end of that mythos, what Frye calls the mythos of summer. That action retreats into contemplation. The hermit or seer ascends the tower and recognizes the ultimate frailty of human ambition and human striving. Yeats, as Frye mentions, uses this image extremely effectively, as does Miyazaki. In both cases, it's an emblem of the fundamental inability for even the wisest and most sagacious people to put back together a world that has been fundamentally divided and broken. And instead, the most thoughtful and philosophical action to take is to accept that jagged, harsh, often convoluted essence of the world and not run away from it. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and do want to see more videos like this before anyone else. Keep watching Miyazaki. He is truly one of the masters of our time, and he has blessed us with another masterwork. Adios, comrades.